Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Is this Snowpax? Possibly. How's Oliver Alistair Benedict III doing after his vet appointment? He's pissed at me, and he's gone into hiding somewhere. I'm doing all right. Thanks, Ived. Got some cash in the game. What are we playing? Do I have any cash in the game? Some. I'm short SPX. I'm also straddled SPX. I'm not jumping into a lot first thing this morning, though. It's gonna be a bit of a weird day. No, I didn't name him Oliver. Pull back Fubo CCs or see how it plays out the next couple of days. I don't know. They got some analyst fucking target reiterations and I think an upgrade this morning. Um, Liquidity crossed over. Like Fubo's tips have touched and crossed over. That could be exciting. Over T+2. Yeah, we were making fun of market breadth. I have some GME CCs that expire this Friday in the money. I'm worried about those. Okay, why? What what happens if you get assigned? I mean, you can roll them, but if you were to get assigned, do you think MOASS happens? If you're assigned, you stop being poor. Yeah. It's not selling low. You just fucking sell CSPs. What's the difference? Morning, Girk. My wife is in the room. We're on vacation, and she thinks I'm crazy for putting you on the screen so we go do stuff. Yeah, she's right. What's up, C-Mill? If that guy gets assigned, guaranteed Moass next candle. Jesus. Got my 1625s got assigned today. I'll just buy back sometime. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's really not. How's that cat lady taking you muscling in on her turf? I've said nothing. Looks like 4155, 4170 today based on your gamma chart. Like it very well could be. I think there's a little bit of data this morning, like wholesale inventories, um, consumer inflation expectations that might shake things up a little, but it looks like we're moving up. I guess futures could get rejected again, which could send us back down through like the fast gamma. But I'm not really planning on doing much. I mean, actually, futures got rejected off of resistance here. Yeah, I'm not planning on doing much with SPX until one of those levels is established, either above like 4135, 4140, or below 4120. The cat is still unnamed. Sideways until Wednesday? There's a good chance, yeah. Do you close out in the money bear call spreads before expiration, or just let the broker cash settle the difference after close? Usually just let the broker cash settle the difference. Sometimes there can be an opportunity. I assume you mean on SPX. Sometimes there could be an opportunity to get out cheaper, and obviously I'd take that, but you should talk very loudly at your cat like she does. Perhaps she will think you're crazier than her. Ooh, interesting. But I don't want to be up at 4 in the morning. I've seen many credible posts online this past weekend all saying, watch GME this week. Good for them. When new Rev IPO? Ooh, I don't know. Right now, I think the company is just private. Ding ding. Yeah, bond market volatility is picking up. Long Island is not New Jersey. I mean, it's close, but it's not New Jersey. Should I buy calls on you getting scratched multiple times by your cat by the end of the week? He's not very scratchy. I bathed him when I got him home. He didn't scratch me during that event, so I don't think he's gonna scratch me at all. Although he was kind of in shock. So that might have spared me his wrath. Apple bond news bearish. Oh, is Apple doing bonds? Look at everybody taking profits at the top. Are they doing 50 years? I don't know. I think he's like the vet said like somewhere between like 6 to 9 months, probably. Maybe as old as a year. As he said, it's like a little hard to tell because he's malnourished. Yeah, congratulations to Carl on his anniversary. 1 year of officially being a cuck. The mentality of holding Jimmy underwater for 18 months, only to sell it for effectively $18, when I could have held longer and made a couple hundred more, realizing the loss is hard. Well, if you just sell CSPs right away and then get assigned, I don't know what what the worry is, right? Like, I don't understand that. If you're selling covered calls on it, you can just sell CSPs if you get assigned, and then at the same price, and then effectively nothing occurs. I mean, you get a tax write-off, but that's about it. You can always roll it. I mean, that's an option. I mean, I think Jimmy will probably go down as soon as the market does. You said you were allergic to cats. Have you considered local honey? I don't think that'll help. I heard you thought it might be a co-rat. That's what the vet said. The vet said it's a co-rat. I think it is. Are the important gamma levels on Fubo? 150, $2. Yeah. 150 and 2 are pretty important. Let me see if anything changed over the weekend, though. I think what's more important is the pullback of CCs, which are being sold at both of those levels and getting blown up right now. I got a cat from ASPCA up in Harlem about 11 years ago. They told she was about a year old. She was probably going to pass. She's probably going to pass sometime today. I'm sorry to hear that, man. We figured she was actually closer to 3 when we got her. Huh. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I got my very first cat from the ASPCA up in Harlem. Have you bought a piece of sacrificial furniture for the cat to scratch yet? No. It's so hot right now. My submissions to you, Achilles and Hercules. Claw range. Almost 2 years, Girk. 2 glorious years of pooping on the boars. Fuck yeah, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Can we meet YOLO the cat? Ooh. Futures dive bombing. I like this. Yes. Do bearish things. Upstart back to 13 real fast. That's always a good sign. They're going to short the fuck out of it before earnings? I hope so. I really do. SPX. A little more volatility here, but this kind of looks bearish. There's my VIX 1 day. Okay, so VIX 1 day dropped hard this morning, but there weren't a lot of puts on the chain, so I guess we'll keep an eye on that for any changes. But VIX is going up, right? Like actual VIX? Actual VIX is up. Interesting. Are we actually waiting on data? The only thing that comes out today is like wholesale inventories. Maybe maybe it's waiting on the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. I would have expected us to pick a direction pretty quickly. Ooh, VIX 1 day building. Fun. One second. Just trying to get an idea of what okay, 4140s. Interest is still pretty split right now. I would say call side looks stronger. Call side's a little stronger right now. But we're not really in the range of the calls. So we're a lot closer to the put gamma. Also, like for bandwidth. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like. Bought some shares upstart, averaging 1220, sold at 1350. We'll buy more now once below 1250 again. Nice. How about do you think the DTCC haircut fucked up their clown show? It fucked it up a little bit. Almost immediately thereafter, we saw pretty significant like short call positions and short put positions fall off, right? So, I mean, part of that was the effect of the dropping price, but when they started to build back up on Friday, They didn't build back up nearly the way they were before, right? Before it was like tens of thousands of sold puts, um, and equivalent 0 DTE calls, right? And now it's far fewer sold puts, far fewer sold call or bought calls. Name the cat DFE is the only right answer. Oh god, like every other super stalker. The Treasury CDS chart still has me hot and bothered. Who's writing insurance for those? Because I want to buy puts on them too. Oh, big banks. Based on my 9.5 days of trading, looks like UPS looks like ups today. So looks like up so far today. Yeah, I don't know. The resistance on futures keeps getting rejected. VIX one day's climbed a little bit since open, but it's not very impressive. It's still down 30% on the day. So any carryover like 1 DTE puts from Friday lost a lot of value at market open. Although they don't appear to be falling off the chain just yet. And there's resistance on ES on the upside. You know, we rejected off 4160, you know, Friday at close and this morning. They're pretty decent rejections, but futures hasn't slipped below like that 1 sigma level, which is at 4146 right now. Although it may slip below soon. Zero GTE day once again. Yeah, but like weak on the call side. I don't know. Today's gonna be weird. I entered this year. I thought we would see correction in housing begin in Q2. I think I was close. They managed to kick the can to Q3. Yeah. The drop off in housing is taking far longer than one would expect. I mean, part of that's that consumers are just willing to pay double on overpriced homes, right? What price did Buffett buy Oxy? I mean, he's bought it at a few prices, but I think lately, anytime it's fallen below, when was his last buy? Yeah, his last buy was at like 56. So basically any price below like 57.50, he's been a buyer. Any predictions for Upstart earnings? No. It's kind of like Fubo. It'll really depend on their performance. Obviously, the credit market is not ideal for them, and their regional banking partners failing probably doesn't help their book either. But, you know, lending as a whole hasn't really died down much yet, so that could help them as they've expanded into new products. We just don't know. We don't have any like historical data on that side of the business yet, right? Like we know they're opening themselves up to like auto loans and business loans and mortgages, right? But like we don't really know how that's gonna improve their bottom line because the company has, you know, no like historic exposure to that. It looked good last quarter. They were seeing some pretty decent growth in all of the sectors that they were moving into. This quarter will be a much bigger picture of what that looks like. So it could be good. I mean, if not, it's still good for their survivability through like this tight credit market, which means, you know, they have a better chance of getting out the other side. because it improves their like short-term revenues. We also don't know what their balance sheet is going to look like. Are they offloading their balance sheet? Are they finding banks to buy this stuff? Maybe. Banks need to hedge duration risk. So it's possible they could have offloaded more of their balance sheet during the last quarter as duration risk became apparent than they had before. But I think there's really too many questions. Like I'm not gonna play it directionally. We got an eye on QQQ. It's been interesting. I mean, if by interesting you mean down 30 points, then yes. Name the cat the most powerful Greek of them all. Theta. Battery grade lithium carbonate up RMB 10,000 per ton or 5.1% today. Okay. When do those fall off on GME? The last big chunk of ETF FTDs for GME is this Thursday, Friday coming up. Just got my yearly property tax home value assessment update. The city is getting greedy and valuing the house higher than the peak of the market. Hmm. Can you have it like reassessed? Your cat needs a serious title. Jerome Powell, Meatball of Wall Street or Manhattan, has got to be in the running. J-Paw is a big deal and should be named as such. It's true. He is a big deal. It's in the running. I was probably gonna name him the thing I'll call him most, which is asshole. Um, but we'll see. Hey, look at Fubo actually making me money. What in the world? I know, it's crazy. The city is probably factoring in his fractional share of GME when appraising his home. Has anybody asked Superstock if Biden employs the unrealized gains tax? Are they going to report their share of GME as being worth $500 million? Cat's name Merkin. Okay. Anyone know what ticker Zimbabwe's gold-backed crypto is going to be trading under? Oh Jesus. No, I don't. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting one of the litter robots. I don't know which one to get. I don't want to get that one with like the drawers. That's weird to me. But I might get like a different one. Name him Aladdin Giuseppe Gerkles for his Persian Italian degen roots. Oh Jesus. Chat's not naming the cat. How much to name the cat John Wilkes Booth? $25,000. I think it's a fair price. I really hope he doesn't fucking push that. No, that's not funny. Why not name him Shill like his owner? That's actually not a bad name. Does Pontiff get to play with your kitty? Only if we really connect on that level. Vic's bull flag? Yeah, Vic's jumped up there. Well, futures is pushing below resistance right now. Well, trying to. This is the resistance that's important on futures right here. We almost fell below it in the overnight session on Friday, but bounced back out. This morning, this is another rejection. This is the October trend. So 2 rejections here, and this one being slightly more volumetric, kind of bearish, actually. Although, we probably still want to confirm that this is going to break down. BTC down 2%. Oil up a little. Bonds down. Dixie down. Yields are still rocketing. Everyone's sad because Buffett bought treasuries? Oh, I know what's gonna happen this week now. All the fund managers are gonna pretend they're Warren Buffett for the week. They're gonna be inspired by the Berkshire meeting. They're gonna be like, that's enough of this degeneracy. We need to buy treasuries. He's gonna blow up the shorts. To make extra cash, you should get your cat a jersey sponsored by companies. And now, time for Whiskers, brought to you by Lockheed Martin, protecting the homeland and its cats for decades. I would never insult Freg by naming my cat after him. I need pricing for both Stefan and Popcorn Trader as names for your cats. Stefan's $55,000. Popcorn Trader, $32,000. Could name him V, short for volatility. Oh shit. What's Fubo doing? Hello, Fubo. Fubo's mooning. One day VIX is kind of rising, but very slowly. So not a lot of 0 DTE puts being bought, but obviously a lot of farther dated puts being bought. What are these $2 calls am I going to buy? Name the cat Venseg, and it'll make you a ton of money. Or I'll sneak out of my computer when I'm sleeping and gamble it all away on earnings. Fulham versus Leicester about to kick off. Who you got? Leicester. Morning ending. Cat Purlong. Regional? Amazon bought Fubo. Nice. No. Name the cat dog. I didn't like that cartoon. It was weird. Thanks, Evans. Appreciate it. Okay. Fubo getting interesting at least. Might need to watch this. There's some covering going on Fubo. Break of $2 would be crazy, right? Some actual covering. Huh. Nuts. Careful with the short side, because ES is still, like, fucking with this. Standard deviation. Resistance. It fell below, but it's now bouncing back above, right? Today's gonna be boring as shit. Oh, we got data in 4 minutes. Wholesale inventories. Maybe those will be garbage. Expectations for GME this week, they're low. Yeah. Pretty low. Yeah, we might stay mostly flat due to all the FTDs, but that might be the best case scenario. I guess if we get like a big market run and some pressure on like Thursday or Friday, that could be fun. But other than that, yeah, not very high expectations. Right now liquidity on GME is just staying stagnant. There's no like realization going on. Fubo and Upstart are both having some liquidity realization. How can you tell there's actual covering on Fubo? By looking at our charts. Specifically this one. Primary market liquidity on Fubo is going up. So it's getting liquidity realization, and there's ETF covering going on as well, as both of its primary ETFs and the underlying stock itself all move towards ranges of higher liquidity. Being busy the last couple of weeks and just able to get back to trading this week. I hope you're doing well, and congrats on the new cat. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. He's cool. I'm allergic as fuck to him though, which is problematic. Can you show GME squiggles? They're in the fucking daily. They're in the daily DD. Yeah, I'll show them to you. Oh. See, Jimmy and not really realizing a lot of liquidity. Still staying very flat in its illiquid range. So, no covering really going on here at all. Maybe just more internalization. I think if the market drops, GME will too. They might be trying to hold off until the R2K announcement, because they'll get a bunch of liquidity if everyone starts selling GME out of their R1K ETFs. When is your cat going to be on a stream card? I don't know. Is now a form of exposure therapy for allergies? You have drops made to place into your tongue. It's better than going in for repeated shots. Oh, okay. Do I have to go in to have the drops placed under my tongue? That's the problem, is I'm busy when the allergist is open. I don't care about shots. When you're measuring liquidity, are you looking at all liquidity from the beginning of time, or do you look at relative instantaneous liquidity? Well, the chart has historic data. So, I mean, I'm looking at all liquidity where data is available. That changes over time because secondary markets, change, and primary markets change. Dilution and ETF weighting both factor into the liquidity analysis. If FUBO hits $2 today, that mean it's at $2. It would, in fact. Yep, wholesale inventory data is out. It's 0. So wholesale inventories are down a little bit. I guess that's good. It beat expectations of 0.1. Although it's not particularly bullish. Huh. 41, 10, 20, 25, 30. Puts selling off a little bit there. Or short puts closing. VIX 1 day down a little bit on the bump. Overall bearish. Bearish. That doesn't look great. That looks kind of bearish. This is so weird. This is very unlike our previous 0 DTE driven days. Like the long positioning is kind of all over the place. Sorry. I'll move back to the chart. What in the actual fuck? I'm trying to get some sense for how to feel about this, but I'm not sure I have one. So 4120 sold calls. So they probably want to protect those. Or sold puts. 4120, 4130 sold puts. 4140 long calls. It's yeah, the range we're trading in is like long and short, and it flip-flops on each strike. So I'm trying to see if I can get a little bit better idea of this. So puts coming in at 4125, calls coming in at 4120, puts coming in at 4135 and 4130. Okay, so there's a decent amount of put build up at 4110. It's roughly equivalent to the call interest at 4140. fuck it, I don't know, just more chop, I guess. I mean, that's really all I can see here. I wish it meant more than that, but it really fucking doesn't. Like 41.35 is net negative, but 41.30 is positive. And then 41.25 is negative, and 41.20 is positive. How much did you buy at Costco this quarter? Because that wholesale data sounds like your fault. I think I only spent like $3,500 at Costco so far this year. Not very much. This a triple top for Fubo? It's an ascending triangle. Now's the perfect time for people to buy their initial Fubo position and complain for the next 2 months. I really want to cut my synthetic longs because they're up quite a bit. I was getting like 5-to-1 leverage on them, especially the 150s. Do you know Fubo Gamma Max? It's not very relevant because of the price, but I believe it's like $2. The Greeks kind of fall apart when stocks are trading at the bottom of their options chain. Yeah, we're already above Gamma Max. Gamma Max $1.22. So yeah, this doesn't like it doesn't they don't really mean anything. That just means there's a lot of calls at $1. Puts coming in. So naturally update confirmed. Well, no, usually puts don't come in on the days where we're moving up. I think yeah, I'm gonna take a little gamble here and say we see the downside of 41.30. God damn it. Is the flip point at least getting closer? No, it got pushed out. 41.17. A lot of put volume though. I mean, some of it's definitely sold, some of it's not. Futures still not doing anything relevant. Just chopping at resistance. Ugh. Fubo calls coming in, 20K contracts between $1.50 and $2 strikes. Yeah, I believe that. Looks like VIX is tracking Fubo. It's not. Does Fubo have a sell wall at $1.76? Yeah, quite a big one. That might be just while someone's loading up on puts, but yeah, a big sell wall at 175. Also, why is Netflix rocketing? I have no idea. Do they have any news today or anything? No. It's somewhere to dump money, I guess. Do you ever use RSI or MACD when you look at the charts? It's sometimes, rarely, but sometimes. I don't really need to. I can generally look at like price and volume, and I already know what RSI and MACD are gonna say about them. So I don't like. I mean, if you understand the calculation, it's you don't really need to use the oscillator. Maybe if something's like really choppy, I'll pull it up. QRTEA been interesting again. Taking a look. I think I heard someone bring it up last week on stream. Yeah, I think Regards Geeky did. They're doing pretty well. They had earnings, I think. And they beat, yeah, they beat a little, over estimates, so positive. I don't know how that'll look for them long term. Best beat since 2009. Lots of bullishness around that. Ooh, my puts are up. That's pulling back. All right, so we're getting a little breakdown of the 4130 call level, which is bearish. Did it just get stopped out? Motherfucker. Okay. Well, I guess I got profits. Is that just put capitulation? It's kind of hard to tell. 4130 puts? God. I don't know. I don't even know if you trade today. This is terrible. All right. A lot of put buying still going on. VIX trending up. Shit. VIX 1 day still flat. Yeah, still pretty flat. What's Fubo doing? Oop, Fubo spiked back up again. Ooh, Fubo pushing for 180. This is fun. I was out of the call side of my straddle this morning. I got stopped out. I haven't closed the put side of it yet, though. Mostly because I forgot to set a stop earlier, but it's working out. Fubo's so hot right now. Yeah, it kind of is. Fubo spiked right after hitting my stops for May 2nd. That's awesome. Time to pull back my $1.50 cover calls on it. Looks like it. How high can Apple theoretically go? Was last Friday almost the top? I think so. They have a they announced like a big shelf offer today, so that's not going to be bullish for them, I don't think. Oh, you piece of shit spy. Oh, okay. No, never mind. Future's not tracking. Big fucking stop loss hunt on puts here. I currently have 4,400 shares on my account with only $1,000 value. I don't know why my broker lets it stay open. What? I liked the chat. Thanks, Sploosh. You still think Lily will drop soon? Yeah. A bunch of the call delta fell off the chain on Friday. So like a bunch of the weekly calls, that the total like market maker delta exposure fell by half from like 1.9 billion to 820. This price action is dedicated to all the UK Pickle members who said they could spend the bank holiday profitably trading with no distractions. All right, Fubo's getting spicy. We're starting to move above the average volume range. That's going to attract institutions. How fucking high can this go? And it's about to break its long-term trend. Like right here on the 4-hour. There's so many shorts. Yeah, $2 we start pressuring more entrenched short positions too. I like it. I believe I saw a lot of insider selling on Lily this past week. Any significance? I mean, it was overvalued, so yeah. From calls in the money from Friday on GME on my YOLO account, cash is negative 88K. Count value is 2K. I don't call your broker, man. Don't ask me. Why would you ask some random person on YouTube about an $88,000 loss instead of calling your broker and finding out what the error is? 2-0 Fulham? Damn. Leicester getting wrecked. I did my bit. I bought $302 calls for Friday. How might one identify a good opportunity to start selling CCs for something like Fubo, where the Greeks don't matter? I mean, you could wait till overnight at a higher price, where Greeks might be a little more relevant. Otherwise, sell Theta. You said your account's negative $88,000. How's that not a loss? What if the error is diamond handing out of the money calls through expiration? That's usually not a good choice. Yeah, futures looks like it's about to fail the underside of the 1 sigma resistance. So it's now broken down finally from support to resistance there. So acting as resistance on this candle, which is about to end. Volume's starting to fall off too. So maybe we actually get like some commitment to the downside now. We're forming a downtrend here at the very least. Although it's a bit wonky. Man, bulls aren't really putting up the numbers today. I gotta say the call side of all of this looks shitty. consumer inflation expectations are due in about 35 minutes. Those will be just before the bill auctions. I'm not gonna sell my cat. The opening a FUBO position, is it better to do a buy right or CSP? I don't know if I'd do a buy right while it's running. That seems terrible. CSPs might be okay. Although I'm not sure I'd open a FUBO position right now if I didn't already have one. I sold some upstart CSPs last week. We hit 12, and they're already up 60%. I can't believe you told me not to full port into CSPs all at once. Shill /S for serious. Wow, that really cut me deep, Pajama Samurai. Should I buy 1,000 4,100 0 DTE puts to tank the market? I don't think that would do anything. Like, the market maker probably just wouldn't hedge them. You have insider information on the sentiment of consumers in Michigan. Hit me up. You should get a caterpillar shirt for your cat, or maybe a bandana. How do you put a bandana on a cat? /S is for certain? Hmm. Interesting. It's more like an ascot? Oh, okay. Where's the cat? Is it a figment of your imagination, just like all of your viewers? Yeah. I don't know. He's hiding under, like, my sofa or something. I don't really want to try to drag him out. Are you gonna take your cat on walks? Fuck no. I live in New York City. It would mess up its feet. You ever had like 50 taxi cabs honking next to your cat? It would scare the shit out of it. It would try to run with its claws on the sidewalk, and it would just like, it would destroy itself. Kitten mittens? This is ridiculous. The best way to get a shy cat to hang out with you is to sit on the floor near where they're hiding and just mind your own business. Eventually they'll come out and sniff you and shit. Yeah, I mean he will. If I'm just like standing around, he'll come out and like start doing that figure 8 thing around my legs. Has your Lily thesis changed at all? No. I mean, I wasn't very exposed to it, thank God, when it ran overnight. I'd only bought into like 15% of my position, protected by the fact that the fucking spreads on it are ridiculous. But I am buying higher strikes now that it's at a higher price. The most of the puts that I've been buying on it are pretty far dated, so I don't have to. At least I don't have to worry about that just yet. Is he neutered? I think so. Get one of the backpacks with the clear flaps so you can take your cat out on the town. Okay. No, I don't want him in my bed. I'm allergic to him. I'm just gonna grab the cat so everyone stops asking me if they can see. See? Cat. That's not a CGI cat. It's a cat, like a regular one. All right, chill out. All right. Now everyone's seen the cat, all right? Clearly his name is Greyfresh. No, it's the vet said it's not a Russian blue. He thinks it's a Korot. He said he doesn't think it's like a mutt or anything because it doesn't have any like skin discolorations, I guess he said. Something like that. Although he wasn't entirely sure. Yeah, I had to change the shirt. Until like my new allergy medication kicks in. I haven't taught him how to trade yet. Name the cat Matt Kors. Literally never. I couldn't live with that. The cat's name is Warden, and everyone needs to accept it. It is not. It's a band-aid. Oh, I didn't buy it at a pet shop. So I went out to like the Long Island house. Because I don't know, they had to do something with the like the winterization. They had to like take down some shit or something. I had to open the house up for them. Um and he was just kind of like I was there all day and he was just kind of chilling in the backyard and he looked like really like hungry and thin. So I and he wouldn't leave me alone. So I grabbed him and I asked the neighbors about him and they said that like they thought he belonged to this family that like lived down the block that moved out. Um and they'd moved out. So wait, if I show up to your house hungry and don't leave me alone, will you take me in? No, but I, I will call the cops on you. Well, after Trash Dan told me about the squatters, I didn't want him staying there, right? No, he's not feral at all. He was like definitely somebody's cat. But whoever that person was hadn't taken care of him in a long time, so I'm not worried that I like stole someone's cat. I mean, he's like way underweight. You're gonna update your Tinder profile with your cat? Yeah, of course. I'm not an idiot. What does that mean if Long Island people are abandoning pets? Well, the local ASPCA there said that everyone's getting evicted right now and abandoning shitloads of pets, and they didn't have any room. Cat name Alan Grayspan. No, the vet said dry food for now till he picks up some weight, a little bit of weight, and then I can start giving him wet food till he picks up more. Are you gonna teach the cat to trade? I don't know how to respond to that. He's a cat. Market crash confirmed by ASPCA. Jerome Prowell. Okay, we already have Jerome Powell. Or J-Paw. That was already suggested. So I'm trying to get my cat to print your puts. I tried teaching my cat to trade, but she just walks all over my keyboard and buys far out of the money 0DT options by accident. I couldn't be more proud. My daughter asked me what the green and red lines were on the screen. I explained stocks to her. She now wants to buy Tootsie Roll. Didn't Tootsie Roll drop recently? Like, pretty hard? Might be decent. Oh. I can't tell if volatility is picking up here. No. So that still looks bad. And so does that. How do we fix this? What a boring fucking day. Are the inflation no, inflation expectations come out at 11:30. Yeah, none of the or 11, sorry. None of the positionings really changed. It's almost like the market's straddled, but there's no important data. Which would be weird, right? PBR is fine. I mean, I have a position in it, but it's not huge. There's a lot of political risk there. Do you have the Greeks for Netflix? Yeah, I do. Gamma neutrals at 326. Gamma max at 364. I mean, I don't think it's hitting gamma max. It opened below gamma neutral today. What's it trading at right now? Uh, 330. So it just moved up above like gamma and vega neutral. So yeah, small bounce on it. It doesn't look like anything coming in Friday would have indicated that it was going to bounce. Maybe the test of delta neutral. So it might just be like a reposition. The loan officer survey? Maybe. Why? They just want to see how tight loan officers feel the credit conditions are. What are the chances that Fubo makes a big run in the near future, like Bobby in August? I mean, Fubo had a big run in August. I don't know. It's possible. There's definitely some short interest there. When rolling CCs, is it usually fine to just roll up before the expiration? I have 1750 May 19, and I like to move those, but I'm currently a little priced out. Yeah, I mean, as long as you roll them before expiration. Remember though, if you're deep in the money, and you get close to expiration, your chance of assignment goes up. So you don't want to do it too close, because you might just get assigned before then. You could also just roll out instead of rolling up. So you maintain that net credit. Is today Black Monday? No, I don't think so. Today stinks. Yeah. More important news, Roman Catholic Bishop of Oakland files for Chapter 11. Wrecked. NVIDIA's doing NVIDIA things, nothing new. NVIDIA's like flat as fuck today. People are just selling covered calls on it. It's kind of all that, yeah, that's all that's really happening here. Are we gonna see VIX one day rise at all? It's like intraday lows right now. 3-0, Leicester getting fragged. Damn. Breaking news, Facebook has 3 billion users. 1/3 are old as fuck. I would say at least 2/3. Thoughts on BAK buyout price? I have no idea. I'm not going to do the analysis on that. I think the universe has decided that Guy's wedding is more important than your data-driven, well-researched NVIDIA opinion. I mean, it's not 300. I don't care what happens as long as his calls never go in the money at this point. And I only talked to him for like 3 minutes. Thoughts on entering Cat soon? No, I'm not touching Cat. Trading at 10, it's worth 20. ARB play. I mean, there's obviously a big gap there because of risk. Otherwise, the gap would be smaller. Also, I don't like arbitrage plays. Like buyout arbitrage. I don't do that shit. Do not enter the cat. That's animal abuse. Okay. Apple IV always this high, 26-30% for Friday's expiration. It's a little elevated. Hmm. What's going on with ES? Call interest picking up. Those are bullish. VIX 1 day dropping even more. So futures or cut. Okay, so I need to put a stop on these. Does this get rejected? We have a bit of like a megaphone. And long-term put interest has picked up a lot, but the shorter dated put interest is, well, low and out of the money. What's Fubo doing? Fubo's pushing up again. Biscuits is a cute name. Thanks, Dirk. Was there a broader lithium pump and dump the other week, or was it just ATLX? I'm not sure. I don't really pay very close attention to lithium. I don't have any exposure to it. Don't tell chat the cat's real name. I don't want to dox him. Fair. What are you gonna do for content now that those writers are on strike? I write all my own. My own content. I don't know. Check their prospectus. You as a homie. There's a shockingly small amount of likes to the amount of cat screen time today. True. Fubo picking up. What's VIX doing? VIX is stabilizing at the. That's the intraday low, right? Futures volume still breaking down. Fuck, I have to accept like way more loss on this than I really want to. Any insight on resistances for GME today? What are we looking to break and hold? I mean, I don't think GME is going to break 2250, and that's really, I'm pretty sure that's the only important level. I'm not looking for it to do anything. I don't care what GME does right now. 21 has a lot of resistance. So does 22 and 25. NVIDIA likely to do an OPEX run. It's not very illiquid right now. Goldman Sachs joins Barclays in a bet against Fed rate cuts this year. You mean the Fed doing what they said they were going to do and not cutting rates? Bold. What a bold bet. The market hates going down. It does. It does hate going down. Hmm. But futures doesn't really want to go up. Betting on likely outcomes. Yeah. I wish SPX was like chat's mom. And what's that like? Oh, going down. Ha. Futures looking like it's gonna sell off again. Yep. What an odd day, man. Just nothing? Okay. Morning, Gurk. What's up, Celtic? Happy KArlVersary. Carl, checking in late. Doctor appointment this morning. How's OI shaping up? It's wonky and kind of all over the place. Spy put entry here looks good. You'd think. We should pull this to like 280. And then buy more. $280 is like almost a 50% loss at that point, though. Okay, buy 3. Zero DT call buying. It's like kind of, I think, kind of drying up, or at least put selling's drying up. That's moving apart. Like call side's getting a lot more OI. I mean, we're trading in the upper range, so no one's really buying a lot of puts right here. I think the expectation is for this to break up. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is gonna break up. Ooh, rejection? This is fucking ridiculous. I don't know if it's gonna fail. It's just not fucking doing anything. Are they pumping Fubo to save the market? I hope so. Fubo looks good. Okay, I just got stopped out of the put side. Yeah, I'm just hanging on to these. I think I mean we're like hitting midday and volume's getting low, so I kind of just expect them to pump into their calls soon. Like there's not enough 0DT puts being bought, and there's a lot of 4140 and 4150 calls being bought. So I don't know if we're gonna break 4150. Right now, I don't see it, but April 1 year ahead, expected inflation 4.4 versus March's 4.7. April 3 year ahead, 2.9 versus March's 2.8. Okay. So moderately bullish. I feel like you're right to question if today is even worth trading. I mean, I got out of my straddle, so profitably on both legs, so I'm happy with that. The rest of it, I mean, I feel like the call buy I just made here was a good choice. The put buy hoping for like a bigger breakdown was not. They're fighting back on Fubo probably before active fund pressure picks up. And there's an argument that this hasn't even broken up yet, right? If you go from the wicks. I still think it will, because we just keep getting closer to that pile of calls at 4140. So eventually, like, the more we keep grinding up, the more the market maker hedge is going to start to take over. So right now, I don't think this is breaking down. Although I will say that the bulls are much weaker today. And the bears are far more persistent, at least in their long dated put buying. Is your cat's name Vix? No, I didn't want to live with a criminal. Nvidia to 300. Jesus fucking Christ. No. Nvidia at 287. Barely up on the day, actually. I mean, it might get a bump here if they pull back sold calls. I'm kind of waiting for Nvidia. I'm hoping Nvidia moves up in the early part of this week towards like 290, 295 so it can sell spreads. Because they don't have collateral. Yeah. The credit limit increases on my cards over the last week have been funny. I got offered a $50,000 line of credit to get rid of my fixed rate like interest on one of my credit cards. Your cat has never paid taxes. Well, he's not even a year old yet, so you can't really prosecute him on that until the next fiscal year begins, right? Where does Fubo actually get spicy? $2? I mean, yeah, Fubo's pretty spicy at $2. I think there's a shitload of calls. Weekly at 2, 5,700. 16,000 $2 calls for March 19th or May 19th. June's got like 1,500. Jan has 5,000. So there's a shitload of call interest. Most of it I think is short, but if it collapses, rip, right? And tomorrow's T+2 from earnings. Holy fuck, this is the most boring breakout ever. I think futures retests the like near the trend at least. Maybe we get a lower high, but I think like 41.60, which is still a few more dollars from where we're at. Really, it should test like 41.65. I guess we'll see. Hmm. Lester Sidling Revlon? Jesus Christ, man. Isn't that's like a lot of points for one game? So basically nothing until after lunch. I mean, if longs are gonna push, it's better for them to push during lunch. When liquidity is at its lowest, right? It's the easiest time to get their calls like in the money. I'm hungry. Fubo likely to journey back down to $1 in the near future? Or do you think this may have moved the floor up a bit? I mean, it may have, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Oh, fucking Christ. That's gotta be futures driven, right? Yeah. Futures sellers at 41.50. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. It's sloppy, but it's there. If short positionings move down to 41.50 on futures, the market's super fucking range bound. EU market close. This happens every day EU closes. ES starts grinding up. Succession last night was excellent. I don't know what that is. Is that is that the TV show? I bet calls in the morning is a lottery. I'm just gonna leave it. They can die for all I care. That's fair. It's a show about the most unlikable characters on the planet. I didn't know you had your own reality series, Half Square. How are you still broke? Don't you get like broadcasting money for rights? Are you selling any GME CCs on these apps? Not yet, no. I sold some on Friday. I might later. We'll see. Okay, so I just have to overhold these calls. How fun. That's not worth averaging down. Did you not watch the old guy get a nice fancy hat smeared in oil and say, God save himself? No. Succession is basically what would happen if you got mega rich, had 3 kids, and died just before they found out you YOLO'd their inheritance. I know you're just playing a technical trend on Lily, but the Wall Street Journal published an article last week about their competition to Ozempic and how it's actually better. Just a heads up. Okay. We're back. Play the VUP song. No. Yeah, I'm not doing that. What news came out? None? On what? My CCs are gasping for air beneath the surface. Okay. Do you have theta on them? Are you guys selling like in the money weekly CCs? Because that's stupid. What are your thoughts on shorting Shopify? Too early still? I don't know. Possibly. I'm long Shopify, so I don't have an interest in shorting it just yet. I don't have a lot of shares, but I have like 500 or something. SPX gonna break down now? I have no idea. There's puts, but there's not very many of them. I would say no. I would say SPX looks like it's going to slowly grind up into the end of the day, and at some point there might be some put capitulation, and it'll move up harder. But that point has not yet happened. Fubo big volume today. Yeah, yeah. How fucked are my GME 1875 CCs expiring May 19th? You can roll them. Like you never actually have to be assigned on covered calls. It's not a requirement. Pack W not feeling so hot. Interesting. Nah, still looks boring. It's a bit harder to roll the ones deep in the money for credit right now. Just roll them out. You can roll out, and you don't have to roll them up. You don't have to roll them out of the money. You just roll them out and leave them in the money. Or you can roll them out and down as well. Alternatively, don't blow your credit from the cover calls you sold on buying 0DTs on SPX, lose the credit, and then be unable to manage your position on GMA. Just got to give you some props. 2 weeks ago, you told me long-dated Fubo CSPs were worth an 8% premium. I got assigned Friday at $1 and turned around for nice $1 cover calls. Thanks. No problem, man. Well done. What if the price never goes back down? Who gives a shit? Just sell CSPs till you balance the difference? Or you just trades at $20 forever? The price will go back down. GME's trading at like a forward PE of like 150. Who gives a fuck about DRS? You sold $1 CCs on the Fubo assigned shares? That's what it sounds like he said. Spy down, VIX down. Yeah, today's, like I said, today's a weird one. No, SPX doesn't look like it's going to fall off a cliff. There's some repositioning here on the put side on 0DTEs, but most of the interest is call side heavy still. There's a lot of resistance on futures at 41.50, which we're slowly grinding through. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing it for income, like, market maker on Fubo is not pricing down the calls. They should be. They're not. Why bear call spreads instead of bear put spreads? Credit? Credit position versus a debit position? I already showed the cat. What the fuck is going on now? Okay, I don't care about that. $350 is worth averaging down at. My 5K investment in 3 weeks turned into 9K. Definitely not a long-term hold play like I initially imagined, but capitalizing on this big swing. Well done. Can someone please tell me tell NASDAQ futures to stop being regarded? Yeah, NASDAQ's still underperforming SPX today. Russell and Dow are both getting kind of hammered too. Still a weird one. Maybe just a lot of drag. Like the index is performing, but the underlying's not. Just gonna pull back down to the call interest. Yeah, 4130 call level still strong. But for some reason 4135 is still skewed bearish. So it's kind of hard to get over that price right now. We almost did earlier, but then it got rejected. A few too many calls capitulated and it got pulled back under. Fubo's still looking good for a push to $2. I don't know. They just priced down the puts on it. Hmm. Retest 4130. Clawing back puts. That seems kind of bearish, right? Like longer term. Hmm. Guess that wasn't a valid support. Did you say we might bounce? Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of calls coming in, but futures just keep selling off. I don't know how to read that. It's kind of the opposite of what we usually see. Like calls are stacked up at 40, like 4130 and 4040, but 4135 is put heavy. Um, which would tell you that we're just probably gonna chop, but 4140 is far more call heavy than anything on the chain is put heavy. Are we sure those calls aren't sold? No, absolutely not. They could be. Yeah, I do think this turns around here eventually, but I don't know when. VIX is climbing back up again. But VIX one day. Well, I guess we had a little bit of 0DTE put buying through there. VIX one day is starting to fall again though, after testing 10. See if we get call buying in the lower range now. Or put profit taking. Have you tried stretch pizza in New York? No, I don't think so. Congrats, everyone. Jimmy just hit 1 million volume. Okay, ES is bouncing on the one standard deviation again. Let's see if the buy pressure comes in or not. Holy fuck. Yeah, they bounced. They didn't pump. Although the volume on the bounce was decent. We gotta see if more volume comes in. Can you show us where we are with Fubo's liquidity levels? I mean, they're pretty much unchanged from where they were earlier. It still hasn't broken out of that long-term trend yet to the upside. Very close. If there's like a solid market pump on like QQQ, it'll probably break up. Today is Bigly Big Dumbaroo. Yeah, I almost didn't even want to trade today this morning because the fucking options chain was so wonky, but the straddle did well, and then I got a little emboldened. But I think this breaks up here, so I'm not worried about my calls that are like a little bit underwater right now. I do hope we see like at least 4140 because I wanted to pick up some more like 4100 puts. I really don't have very many of them yet. Maybe sometimes after we break down from strong supports, what we have below is just more support. You're not wrong. I think the biggest shift we're seeing today is we're seeing like long dated put buying and like a decent amount of it. Maybe like 616 expiration. Short side's capitalizing on the low VIX right now. And longs are lacking the liquidity necessary to make the moves that they were making in the prior weeks. 250 is the top of the options change for Fubo weekly expirations right now. I know. I think they can move it up overnight. They can unlock more strikes. For CPI hot print, yeah. I mean, if CPI prints hot, that's going to be I think like a big, a big fundamental shift in the markets. That's why I was pretty cautious with having any like Pickles picks in the early part of this week, because I think if CPI prints hot here, June and September, inflation swaps are going to reprice, and the market's not going to price in the lower rate of inflation following summer, which means everything will go down. And analysts expect CPI to be like slightly better to flat, but Cleveland Fed's estimating that we get a hot print, and if the print's hot, yeah, that's gonna be bad. Or well, good for my pets. Do you have any Jimmy calls right now? No, but if it hits 21, I might sell some covered calls. So this kind of price action until Wednesday, cute. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, maybe on the futures side. Futures seems really unwilling to trade outside of the range it's in. No, I'm gonna wait for a top on the video. I still think the market will probably see 4140 if not higher. So I'm waiting on the video. Usually I don't sell the spreads till like Tuesday or Wednesday because that's when the majority of like the short calls have already been placed, and then I can use all of the institutional short calls as kind of like a hedge for my spreads. We're still pretty far from Gamma Max. Gamma Max is at 310. So I'd rather be closer to 310 if I'm gonna sell bear spreads above 310, right? Or at 310. Boo, I got May 26, 21C. Don't say that. I mean, $21 is just kind of like a brick wall of sold calls right now. So unless those capitulate, I don't see it going higher. Those need to close out first. It's only been 2 hours since market opened, but I feel like we've been in this $1 channel for weeks. It's more than $1. What's Fubo doing? Fubo bounced a little there. Yeah, I think Fubo will do really well if it gets some market pressure here. There's a lot of fucking call interest at $2. So NASDAQ's kind of recovering a little bit now. That might help. Russell's still doing really badly. Dow's not doing well either. Oil's staying stable, up 200 BPS. Bitcoin's coming back a little bit. 3 and 6 month yields are down, but probably only until the auction. Everything else is up. You know what price the majority of Fubo shorts are at? I think a lot of them are like $4 and $5. Some might be as high as like the 20s from like 2021 if they're still in. If not, yeah, like probably August was a big short repositioning, so I would say 8 to 5, maybe 4 as well. There's definitely some at 2 from like January. Um probably the biggest levels are probably like 2 2, 4, and like 2, 4, 5, and 8. I think are the biggest short interest levels. At least based on the liquidity. Like where we see shorts come in on the underlying. I might roll my May 1750cc to June 18cc. Actually make money on the move, so what am I doing wrong? Nothing. They say there's a lot of IWM companies with earnings this week. Yep. Curious is the effect of considering how down IWM has been. Well, they definitely don't have the accounting power that like big tech companies have. So contractions are going to probably be felt more sharply. But there's also like a lot of like good cash flow businesses in Russell, so that may help balance things out a little. How high could Fubo run? I mean, maybe like 250, $3 at most, I would say. Why are you guys selling in the money Jimmy calls and just giving up liquidity? Selling in the money calls dries up liquidity. It doesn't give up liquidity. I mean, if you get assigned on them, it does, but if you don't, and the shares get tied up in as collateral with the OCC. Express earnings in a couple weeks. You previously mentioned management being a factor for success. Any new thoughts, or still buy and hold as a value play? Still just buying and holding as a value play. And nothing's really changed there. They did make an acquisition recently of Bonobos. They bought it from Walmart at a pretty cheap price. So, I mean, it looks like they're interested in expanding their e-commerce footprint, which is a good sign. But management's been pretty close, like either tight-lipped or they lack confidence. It's still too early to say. I mean, financially, they're well positioned. So, why would you sell GME today if you're expecting FTDs later in the week? I mean, I can also sell GME later in the week. I mean, you do know that I can't like full port covered calls ever. I have to like sell them in like little blocks over time and leave them floating all over the place. Even on a run nowadays, with because like the options chain's so much drier, like on the earnings run I was only able to sell like 600 and change covered calls. I think I sold like 630, and we had 60 million fucking volume, and I couldn't get any like decent prices on covered calls at all. The IV got crushed out almost immediately. And if I sell 50 covered calls a day right now, every day until OPEX, I still won't have full ported covered calls. The man owns 0.05% of the float? No. What is it? 257.35. Point oh 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 62 ish, something like that. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. Fubo triple top? Unless the market breaks up. Currently sitting on full port 1750 May 19 CC for Jimmy. Okay, I think you just take the assignment, hit, and moving all the cash into Upstart. I've thought about that a few times. When consumer credit crunch? I mean, probably several months at least. Yeah, this is still very much like an ascending triangle here. If you go out on like longer time frames. Bull flag here and breaking up now. Starting to see a little buy pressure on ES, but volume's still low. And we're running up, we're like running up into the 4150 resistance again, where we saw the sell-off last time. So many IWM puts. Why do they hate it so much? What's SPX positioning today? It's all over the place. There's a lot of call interest at 4140 and 4145 and 4150. There's put interest at 4135, call interest at 4130, put interest at 4125. So yeah, it's kind of all over the fucking place. I think it's gonna break up. I'm kind of waiting for that to be realized. It's been very slow in its realization. There's future sellers at 4150, which have been problematic for realizing the upside today. Would you ever full port a position? I have a couple times. Probably not anymore. Once upon a time, there were a few where I did, though. I full ported the COVID crash. I full ported after the COVID crash into Nvidia and Tesla. I basically full ported GME. Well, all of the port I had at the time in February of 2021. We're 2 weeks away from OPEX. The GME chart is in the bottom left of the fucking screen. It's right there. So much resistance at 180. Apparently there's a Fed fiduciary around the time of the sell-off. They said they worry for the U.S. Treasuries or something. Who? I know there's Fed speeches tomorrow, but who spoke today? Final score: Fulham 5, Leicester 3. Oh well. Although impressive comeback. Did you see the short position someone opened on Upstart last week? I think someone sold a bunch of Upstart last week. Although it could have, yeah, it could have been a long short. Are Jimmy shares all in one broker? No, but most of them are. There was a 500K short that, what do you mean expires? Long shorts don't expire. Watch your stream yesterday. Data on the US 5-year CDS was mind-blowing. Really something to keep track of, as it could be a potential catalyst for something big. Thanks for the info on that. Yeah, no problem. We should loan them and then recall every OPEX. Hey, you can't recall shares as like an individual. Well, I guess that you could. They're not gonna like recall them the way they would for an institution, though. In your weekend stream, you talked about CDS on treasuries. How would treasuries default? That seems like betting on the government going belly up. In which case, who has the money to pay the CDS? It's betting on a default on U.S. debt, right? And we could always print more money, but U.S. sovereign debt, actually. it's yeah, it's a big deal. Treasuries go belly up. We get a dollar crash. Probably hyperinflation. You'd have to sell the shares to force them to recall as an individual investor, wouldn't you? Yeah, just to like force an instantaneous recall. Yeah, you could turn share lending off, but they're just gonna like slow trickle out your lent shares over time as they replace with inventory. So yeah, you'd basically just have to sell the whole position to recall everything. I guess you could buy options, and I don't have enough shares for it to matter. Like, I still have less than 200,000 shares. If you had a few million, maybe you could loan them out, buy calls, close the position, let the calls print, sell the calls, sell CSPs till you buy back in. Provided someone borrowed your shares. But then you're fighting against the market makers, and they're not gonna make it easy for you. Do you like any treasuries here? I'm kind of waiting on the 2-year. If I make another treasury buy, it's the last treasury buy I made. I bought the 2-year at fuck was the price on it for the yield? These are 4.939. So if I make another buy-in, my target is like 5.25 or higher, which I may never get, which I'm okay with. But I might get it. Well, that'd be cool. Come on, SPX, put me in the money. Yeah, callback's picking up at 41.50. When would that play out? Well, if it does, I mean, the Treasury's running out of money really fast, right? A default would collapse the economy. We'd also get our debt downgraded again, which we may be close to anyway. Yeah, you can buy them from Treasury Direct. You can buy them through some brokerages. I think Fidelity allows it. IBKR, Schwab should allow it. Well, I'm not sure who else does. What would you do if society collapses? Will you buy a gun? Probably not. Fuck, futures selling off at 41.50 again? I have time for this shit. Or is this just a stop loss hunt? Okay, that's not that bad. Just hold 35. How the fuck are there still more puts at 40? Why aren't call buyers buying any calls at 41.35? I think we're seriously just channel locked here. I mean, no, bulls aren't very skittish. They're holding on to their positions, mostly because their positions aren't going in the money. Don't look at me and did my part. Okay, cool. So I think we finally got some put capitulation there. That's a little more balanced now. It's like trading in molasses. Yeah. Well, liquidity's shit this week, right? It's not getting better. Liquidity's been grinding down for the last couple weeks, and now it's starting to get really bad. It's called a gentleman's agreement. Is day trading betting under the guise of being financially savvy? I don't know. It depends. For most people, yeah, I would say so. I mean, investing is betting under the guise of being financially savvy, right? They're all gambling to some degree. There's no guarantees, right? So everything's just gambling. It's just different time horizons. You don't have to read my comments, but you can't silence the Dans. Die spy die. Not yet. Give me 15 minutes of upside and then it can die. All right. I still need to buy 4,100 puts, you dick. High or low here would be cool. Buying insurance is also gambling. It's all gambling all the way down. Yep. Cash position is gambling against opportunity cost. It's all one big casino. Everything's a game. How much theta is reasonable on SPX puts right now? Friday? No. Friday's really risky, right? We have like huge economic data in the middle of this week, and you don't know how it's gonna come out. So you're gonna carry overnight 2 days, lose half the value in theta, in order to see what the print looks like. Breathing air is gambling against dying. That's true. You don't know if the air will kill you. What if you live in Ohio? Fubo looking like a real stock today. It's looking pretty good. What's the KArlVersary? Is it the anniversary of Carl being a bitch? It's the anniversary of Carl getting married. And being a bitch. Actually, it's the anniversary of Carl losing his tea and becoming a bitch. More accurately. I bought some May 19 calls to hedge my underwater June puts. Now I'm afraid we're going sideways. Fuck my life. Am I winning? No one's winning today. Theta sellers. I should have sold more spreads this morning. Would you say that Upstart is currently a better wheel target than GME? It's more liquid and has higher volatility, so its wheeling profitability is higher, although its price action is more unpredictable. Losing his virginity, too? Thoughts on upcoming HBM earnings? I don't know. I don't have any. Copper was up a little bit. That should be good for them. Contemplating capturing some earnings IV. I mean, that's an option. Some of the FTDs have come and gone without a lot of price effect, but not all of them. And it is slowly realizing some liquidity, so I don't know. I'd be careful capturing earnings IV. Depends on how you're gonna do it. If you're just talking about selling covered calls into earnings, your chance of assignment isn't low. Where's Carl? I thought he would surely time me out after that one. I don't know. He's probably not around right now. Maybe he's at work. Do you think the inflation print will be very volatile? No, it's on Wednesday. And probably. Yeah, I would imagine there'll be a lot of volatility. Was IM Cam's put position in GME a lie? I told him to provide proof, and he did not. So, yeah, I assume it was. I have no idea what pattern regional banks are forming, nor do I care. I don't think any of their trading is going to be influenced by technical, and like, you're not going to predict any of the movement on regional banks with TA, especially if another one fails, right? Whatever TA pattern it's forming will just fail if another bank fails. Ah, you fucking bitch. So weird. There's a lot of calls named Max, but none named Gamma Max. Huh. What's up, Ben? Dang, I didn't know Pickles Picks called out Crowd at 105 for a swing trade. I've been eyeing it for a while. Fire call. Yeah, it was a good one. Definitely beat expectations. What about GME? It's time to buy puts for tomorrow. I already have puts for tomorrow. Well, they don't expire tomorrow, but I have puts that cover tomorrow. So it's just gonna be the worst, isn't it? Fubo's starting to look a little bit better. The fuck keeps selling off? Is it just NASDAQ? Is NASDAQ just being a big piece of shit? No, it's just ES. Fucking ES 4150 sellers, man. Just ruining my day right now. Let's see if we get a higher low here. Yeah, I mean, it is starting to consolidate into a wedge. Sometimes they drop pretty hard after the dividend. Or regress. So it's possible. They don't always. I mean, there's no guarantee it'll drop after the dividend, but if you have puts that are pretty close to the money, it might not be bad to wait out the distribution. I sold Fubo CCs. I'm currently sad. Oh. I'm sorry. What does it mean if I tried to make white, but instead made a pile of negative gags? I got I got an RPI that's running a Plex server. It died this weekend. Time for an upgrade. I ordered parts for a home server, R5 5600X, 1660 Super, and 32 terabytes of storage should suffice. I'm excited. Cool. I just pay for Netflix. I mean, TA is not super useful. We've discussed all the important points on stream before. Yeah, I mean, it's good to know technical analysis, I think. It helps identify potential plays. But I think, you know, beyond that, that's about it. It doesn't really have a lot of value other than that. It just helps you pick up trends and data visually, which can save you a lot of time initially. Boring day, so I'm going to ask housing market questions. I bought a house cash, 400K in 2020. Realtor prices at 600K, but another one says we could get 750. Should I take the lower and get out soon? I mean, I don't know. Maybe give the realtor an option, like see if the realtor can get you 750. Do you think losing 30 days is going to matter right now? I mean, I don't think the housing market's going to crash in 30 days. And I mean, for it's a significant difference, right? You could get an offer within a week. Houses are, I mean, if you live in a high demand area, houses are still going quickly. Just know that you won't be buying a house for some time, or well, you won't want to buy a house for some time if you sell now. How are you feeling about GME this next OPEX? I mean, if we start to see liquidity realization, bullish. It's been quite illiquid for quite some time, so yeah, that'd be really cool if we saw some if we started to see some realization of liquidity moving into OPEX. We haven't, but if I see that, then you know I'll take a long like a long options position. Is now a good time to start a soup kitchen business? Soup kitchens don't usually pay very well. Like I don't think the profit margins are very good. Maybe. You'd think since getting married that your liquidity realization would have increased, but there'd be fewer participants in your market. Thanks for the input. I'm not planning on buying till the low. I'm in a fairly demanding high market, so I'm thinking split the difference. Just be glad if we get out before it turns. I think there's still some time before it turns. I mean, housing prices generally don't collapse quickly. Like if the realtor's so convinced they can find someone to buy it off you for 750, you're not gonna at least chance that. I mean, you can always pull it down, or if a lower offer comes in, just accept it. But maybe you'll split the difference, and hit like 725, right? I mean, the more you can get, the better, right? What's the point of selling your house into the greater fool market if you can't find a fool? Why is everyone so obsessed with me sleeping with my mentally disturbed neighbor? Why do you feel about extra space as a recession hold? At the beginning of the recession, not bad. And eventually, rent prices will fall and people will start moving into places and storage utilization will drop. But the initial part of a recession, they could do very well. I just got pre-approved for a mortgage. Am I buying at the right time? Atomic, me and you have already had this conversation. Third time is the charm to break above. Third time is the charm to break above 4140 on SPX today. I don't know. We're still consolidating here. I'd be more worried about it not breaking up. We're gonna maybe another little push to the upside of this. There's like a wedge forming. So at some point this will, I mean, it's equilateral, so it'll break up or down. I don't know. There's still a lot of sellers at 4150 on ES. Seems to be hard for the bulls to get above it, which means that more and more of those 4150 calls are sold. I sold like 4150 spreads this morning, and they're up like 80%. So I can't imagine that bigger entities aren't selling way more of them. These people live through you, they don't get laid. Well, they're all married, so. You play any Street Fighter this weekend? No. I fucked around with the demo a little bit. Like last week. I know, it's less mentally painful for me since my current house has doubled in value since I bought it a decade ago. So selling that before the market dumps reduces the overall pain. Yeah, sell high, buy high. That's not the worst. Although the rate's gonna suck. Seeing a ton of small caps running, Shop, SoFi, Fubo, GME, Upstart, AMD. At least we know vol sellers are around. Yeah, I mean, they never really go anywhere. Although I wouldn't call Shopify a small cap. That's Canada's biggest export. Fubo gonna go absolutely parabolic and hit $1.85 before the market dumps again. I don't know. I think Fubo's got a chance to go above too. That'd be cool if it does. What's up, Pickle? Thoughts on picking up some Oxy at under 60? That's generally a good price. I think I might start DCA here. I mean, Buffett's like buy-in price is like 58, so if you can get it cheaper than him, you're probably doing okay. Although his initial buy-in was very cheap, so he's averaging up. Are you gonna make a custom character so we can watch you fight everyone? Wait, is that a thing? There's a butt cheek size customizer to really get that cake working. Oh, fuck. Can you name the cat Friendometer? No. Can you cut the interest rates, please? I just want to cut the interest rates for like an hour, you know? So my calls fucking print. Presumably a Fubo run here would make an OPEX run unlikely. Yeah. Volume on Fubo has died for the last 2 hours. Volume on everything's died for the last 2 hours. Is Fubo the most bestest of stonks? No. No, it's not. I would never, JT Acula. Ever, ever, ever. Sometimes I think Monster Buddy was just a troll account made by one of you to fuck with me. I think that about a lot of the accounts. They're too over the top. Like Walken. Walken's probably just like Popcorn Trader's alt. Like, he's not a real person. Popcorn Trader just took everything I hate and put it into one fictitious entity. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he puts on, Pirouette. No one misses fucking Moonwind. Is the Shell Deer Park refinery still on fire? I can't tell from here. I have no idea. Do you think if the Bulls can't push through here on low volume, afternoon will be downs? I've been waiting to pick up puts. Not necessarily. I miss Cough Burp. Cough Burp was the shit. I miss Kool-Aid Man too. Everyone in here is just bipolar's alt. Yeah, I kind of believe that. Miss Steeler fans profile pic. I miss you pumping GME with 0 DTEs right after Moonwind sold his covered calls. Those weren't 0 DTEs. Those were leaps. And they were like 2024 leaps. I was buying them on margin. You'd be surprised how many 2024 leaps I could buy on margin with portfolio margin. It was fun, but probably really stupid. I should have held them until the next OPEX though. I didn't. I closed them when they were profitable like an idiot. Gork Pepe is down 27%. The shitcoin? Oh no. What's up, chicken tender daddy quant? You're a quant now? Nice. Congratulations. Steelers for Life 69 was an argument bot, and he was not a Chad. How many pigeon whales have you tried to ban? I think I've banned 2 pigeon whales in the history of pigeon whales. 3. I banned Hazy one time, but then I let him back. Steelers fan was the hero we needed. Not Q. Well, Hazy wasn't a pigeon whale at the time. Hazy's not even a member now. This market is like living before indoor plumbing. It's awful. How much angle do I have to show to be a quant? Thanks, Brett. Welcome, board WM. If you're a woman, then I'm Tom Brady. Hazy is not, nor does he identify as a woman. Damn it, Hazy's still a billionaire? Thought he would have paper handed by now. I think it's Kat Dennings. That should have tipped me off. Ugh. I want a snack. What should I eat? Hmm. Hmm. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. It's fucking clown market, man. And now it's stopped clowning. Like, what the fuck? Now, SPX does not look good. Someone in Billionaire's chat thought I had a master's in string theory. They should be banned. Who was it? What? Can you get a master's in string theory? Isn't that just physics? I've got my associates in pre-law. What does that qualify you for? Debt. Bet you can't. My master's in ornamental basket weaving can only be done in a few hazel woodlands across the country. Fair enough. What does that qualify you for? More school? I hate everything about the market today. Hmm. Yeah, 4130 calls aren't going anywhere. So I don't know what happens here. Just the floor again, I guess. Of course not. That would be too easy. Bank is going down, so there's that. Not very quickly, though. Would an August 413 call and 412 put be considered smart for someone with a small account? I'm just trying to make any profit. Wow. Um, I mean, I guess. Yeah, you'd probably be profitable on one side of that at some point. Maybe even both sides of it. $12.48. Yeah, Fubo's hanging in there. Maybe when I have billions of dollars, Popcorn Trader, I can bring CERN back again and sell it to someone else for less money, and your puts will print. You think the SEC replies to Coinbase ever? Maybe not. Lisa Sue greater than Jensen Huang. Yeah, I agree. There's no field trip to Fiji. When will Half-Life 3 come out? With how dry this seems, it would not take much volume to move it either way. Probably not. I mean, our whole day has just been repeated tests between 41.50 and 41.45 on futures. They seem to be the only thing driving any kind of price action right now. Do my 41.25 Ps go in the money? I think today nothing goes in the money. We close at 41.34. I mean, there's a lot of open call interest at $2. So yeah, I'm sure shorts would prefer that Fubo's price stay below that if possible. I'm not naming the cat Volker. Don't even utter that name when I'm holding calls, okay? See you later, Lawrence. You're not wrong. The cat should be a Greek or multiple Greeks. Remember that day where the price action on GME didn't move? Today's like that day, but for SPX. Yeah. I don't want to sell spreads yet because there's still so many calls to the upside. But it's really being a piece of shit. The only solace that I take in this is that if it goes above 41.35, I'll make a bunch of money. Maybe. Yeah. That said, you should name your cat Bobby. I'd like to keep him around a while, so I don't even know how do you visit your pet on the OTC exchange? Yeah, but if I name him Vega, all my friends are gonna think I named him after the Street Fighter character. Ew, don't call it a fur baby. That's disgusting. Name the cat after your crazy neighbor. Out crazy cur to show her who's boss. You're just trying to figure out my neighbor's name. If a credit squeeze is happening, is that bullish for Upstart? Absolutely not. It does look pukey. Later, boss, my paint just dried. I'm not naming him after an espresso machine. I already told you what to name your cat. Mr. President. Your neighbors would be so confused, more so than usual. I still like asshole, or like little asshole. How do you say little asshole in Italian? It's like buca di Colini? Colini? Sfinticello? Culo? Well, it's like mouth of the ass. Not Buco de Beppo. Never told Shot the real name. Just call it Meowing It on stream, and we'll get a million chats of people asking the cat's real name. Meet Flowerini. Buccino di Culetto? It's too many words. Remember that day SPX was range bound? All day you kept referring to a ton of OI and everyone in chat was bearish. And with 30 minutes left, SPX ran like 50 BPS. I made 8K that day. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember that day. I made a lot of money too. This might not be a likely scenario, but how probable is NVIDIA crossing 300, 310 on yet another AI shenanigans plus institutions pumping the stock for exit liquidity on its May 24th earnings? I have no idea what it's going to do on its earnings. They've promised a lot. They've promised like an 8%, more than 8%, like 8.6% increase quarter over quarter in revenues. I'd love to see that happen. Ham flour does have a nice ring to it. You're not wrong. I need a foreign name that means little asshole but sounds classy. Facetious Frank. Kulanito. Gary Gensler, very classy. I'm not naming my cat after the head of the SEC. Hold on, I'll be right back. I think my food's ready. Why'd you guys ruin the breakout? Little hole in Japanese, kusotare. We've already got J-Paw's already up for consideration. I do love Jerome Powell. Every time it breaks up, it just barfs on itself. Yeah. Well, that's because there's a lot of future sellers. Hot CPI, bad CPI, it means down's expected. Yeah, I think so. I think if we get a hot inflation print or hotter than estimates, um, it'll probably be negative for the indexes. I got it. Mali Dupek, little rear end. It's Polish. It'll remind you of when we had that missile scare and you made a lot of money. Mali's also pronounced like meowie, so it kind of makes sense. I'd rather name him Pierogi than name him that. And I don't even like pierogies. Why don't analysts skew expectations? The CPI always prints in the direction they want, aka miss versus hit. Because big banks have a vested interest in appropriately pricing forward inflation. I can name him Melvin's Little Trust Fund. My dog named his grandpa, or my grandpa named his, sorry, named his dog Go Back. They would always yell, "Come here, go back." Ah, that is funny. Can you unban me and make me a mod? Okay, thanks, bye. I mean, pretty please. Are you gonna be weird and crazy in the chat again? Just name him Dork Jr. I could name him after my stock grandson, J Fresh. You should name him Darkpool, and when he poops, you can say Darkpool dumps. That's kind of awesome. Except, how would I know when he's pooping while I'm streaming? I guess I have to listen for the scratching sound. Selling put spreads here a bad idea on SPX? Kinda, yeah. What the fuck is R Diamond Kitties? That sounds like a porn website. Speaking of it, if any of you are thinking you're getting your well, anything dazzled, like vajazzling, don't do that. It's weird for everyone. They don't stay on very well. And it's kind of like fucking a treasure chest. Yeah. Capital gains. It seems to have become a trend, Gen. I'm just warning people of the issues with it. Like Mario hitting the box and getting a coin? Exactly. Are you gonna do like Mo Money did and feed him a treat on stream every time someone super chats or sends a Ko-Fi? Absolutely not. Higher low, the higher high. Let's fucking go. It's trying. They're bedazzling those now? Yep. Yep. I'm gonna start drawing smiley faces down there. Perfect. Name the cat Trader Joe. Not until I have a full sponsorship deal. Stop giving me Egyptian cat names. We're far too close to the Netflix controversy. I'm staying away from that. I'm not naming my cat after a fucking Greek centaur. Everyone stop trying to name the cat. Here's the deal. You guys will never know his actual name because I'm not going to compromise my future password security. And I'm never going to pick a name that any of you suggest. Unless John Wilkes Booth pays me $25,000, in which case the cat will be named John Wilkes Booth. Thank you so much, Danimal. Got it. You named the cat password. Fuck. You figured me out. Name him after your jam guy. Horatio? It's not a bad name. Third time's the charm on 4150. I don't know. Volume still sucks. Is it gonna do it? Name him Mike Hat. Ha. Did you just dox your jam guy, or did we already know his name? I think everyone knew his name. The first time I referenced him, I'm pretty sure I said his name. He has a pretty popular... What do you call a jam shop? A jammery? Or a preservery? A jamatorium? That could be something else, though. The jelly hole. The Pectin Place? What about the Pectin Palace? Jamnasium? I'm gonna open up a jam shop now. There really aren't enough jam shops in New York City. I'm gonna write up a business plan with ChatGPT and see if I can get funding. Fubo to 20, let's fucking go. I mean, Fubo to $1.81 and 3/100ths. Does New York have farmers markets? Yeah, but I feel like if you had a full-time jam store, you'd do really well. Everyone loves jams and jellies and preserves, right? You just you just buy other jams and jellies, put them in new jars, and charge double. You can have onion and bacon jam. That's for our e-commerce footprint. The original AM. The Bowery Biscuit Bandit. Yeah, I mean, think of the overhead though, right? Like you're rebottling jams, and then you just sell like biscuits and toast. Maybe maybe crumpets. Go rummage through the Starbucks dumpster for pastries. I'm gonna open Trumpets Crumpets right next door. Even better. Even better, don't pay anyone, just put toasters on every table and make them toast their own bread. Yeah, actually. I don't want people hanging out, so maybe no tables. Ah. Fuck. Allergic to cats? Yeah, big time. Awkward? A little bit. Did you get the fuck out of here? Go away. Ugh. I found him. Yeah, but he's like in here and he's shaking his fucking body. Chingarito? Little fucker? I like that. I haven't brushed him yet. I don't want to deal with the aftermath. I have a Roomba and several air filters. He's excited and nervous and trying to learn his new space. He's being a little prick and shaking his dander all over my office. All of you people thinking I'm going to have some cute, loving relationship with my cat. I got another, you got another thing coming.
That's going to be a mutual pattern of abuse between the two of us. Self-assured, self-assured destruction. You can pretend all you want, but you love him. I don't love him. I didn't want him to die. I haven't had him long enough to love him. You need to put a necktie on the doorknob so he knows not to come in and interrupt you. I'll just put a cucumber in front of my office door. How long do you think it would take you to train this cat to become a better trader than Stefan? 6-7 weeks. The masochism is strong and the markets are irrational. I love this reality. You could have you and the cat read out Supersonic DD on stream. Oh, gross. How does JFresh like his new roommate? They're still becoming acclimated to each other. I didn't want him to die is the most heartwarming thing I've ever heard you say. Thanks. Did you wash him? The vet was supposed to groom him. I don't know if they did, though. Oh, God, I'm gonna die. I'm not super thrilled it's a dude, to be honest. Sorry, man. Gotta redraw the wedge. It looks like we got one more bounce breakup. This is the most important support we've had with EMAs thus far today. Yeah, well, they've been mostly flat and intertwined, right? Was Mo Money's dog named Meatball? Calls on Zyrtec? I already took some this morning. I don't think I can take it twice. The cat's not for you guys. I have no idea, Claw. Mo Money changed his name to Less Money. That man's a data scientist. He makes a fortune at his day job. Do you know how many Audible books he's read? The royalties alone, it's unbelievable. Will you consider taking it to the pet store if it really worsens your allergies? I don't. I'll get used to it. When I first got my old cat, I had the same problem, and like, over time, I was fine. Help me! I'm being held hostage and forced to read options as a strategic investment every morning. Quirk's cat. It turns the pages with its paws. Factoid Zyrtec liquid gels cost 14 times as much as Zyrtec pills. Huh. Did you get Meow Mix? No? I got some, like, I don't know, the vet sent me some, like, hippie cat food. Whole, like, whole food, raw diet shit that was like $80. This cat's gonna eat better than most of the pickle jar. I probably. Come on, bulls. Maybe they're just dead. Maybe the bulls are dead, NW. You got scammed by your vet. Yeah, I did. Can you explain why SPX has this tight bullshit range? Is it sold calls and sold puts? I think it's sold calls and bought puts. Like longer dated bought puts, short dated sold calls. Debit spreads, maybe? Like calendar debit spreads. His name was Meatball, and he was the best part of the stream. Okay, I thought it was Wilford Brimley, but now I know. VIX one day looking interesting. Making highs of the day, or is it just looking to compare opening and closing values from day to day? I mean, the opening and closing values matter a lot for one DTEs that move to zero DTE, right? But yeah, the VIX one day is moving up into close here. But we're breaking up. Jesus Christ, are we about to finally pick a direction after 5 hours of consolidation? I fucking hope so, man. I just want to sell these calls and move on with my life. Feed that bad boy raw fish, still flopping around, build that murderous instinct, and name him Bearcat. Huh. So just feed it live animals like a python? Oh shit. Fubo intraday high. Cats don't eat pythons. Bear Cat Hathaway? The juice is loose. Why did you have to turn this into a cat stream? I haven't. I put the cat on camera once. That's it. I'm not gonna put him in front of all these lights and you guys and your judgments. Name the cat Jim Cramer. Should I start an ETF for him also? Thank God, JW. Can you do that cringy thing where you make him choose food bowls for pickles picks? No. Call the top bud 4145, 4150, 4165. Oh, I have no idea. Right now I'd be surprised if we hit 4145. But it could be 4150 if we get some momentum. Although I'm pretty sure there's a lot of sold calls there. Would have more success than Popcorn Trader? Possibly. Prince Charming? Ew. No, I don't think there's a guaranteed dump into close. I don't know. You think the call side would have pushed harder at some point today, but futures just keep getting rejected to the upside. Like, futures aren't pulling up above the 4150 level at all today. And that's keeping most of the call interest out of the money. Name it MTB Torque. Good day for in the money CSPs for Oxy. It's a bit overpriced now. I mean, I guess you could buy it at 60. You don't think the oil shorts will come in harder again? I don't know. If we see another spike in gold and the dollar drop, I think oil will come down again. The question is, can you beat Warren Buffett to the buy? If it drops below 58. What's this credit news due at 2 o'clock from the Chicago Fed? It's like the survey of lenders. They moved that to 4 p.m.? The loan officer survey? Are you sure? Fuck. Do you like 40, 50, or 4,000 more for a June put entry at these prices? Um, I don't know. What's VIX at right now? Is this a great day to be buying June puts? Maybe if VIX slides below 17 today. All right, futures buying looking a little stronger as it continues to try to push through 4150. It's it's on the upside of 4150 now. 4152. So we'll see if the longs can hold it. Looks like they got a chance, at least. Well, if it pushes up into 4140, there's a shitload of call interest. Could today be a green day and tomorrow a red day for CPI? Yeah, it's possible. The call side's not really building out in a very convincing manner at this point. And put selling has fallen off big time, so I would say things aren't going to get more bullish this week. Tomorrow looks pretty shitty unless we push a lot higher today. For May 11, SPX IV on puts is higher than for calls. That kind of makes sense. It's the day after CPI and PPI that day. Jobless claims. Or Wednesday, yeah. Not Tuesday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. It's an okay buy at these prices. I'd still rather buy it at like below 58. Buffer at 85. Buffett's at 58. What are you, dyslexic? Like auditory dyslexia? Is that a thing? Probably. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. I need to remove the cat from the room. Oh. Have we looked at Oxy CSVs? Loaded up on some 61660s at 5% return. Nice. I haven't. I'm not really interested in buying Oxy yet. I'd have to average up, and I don't want to do that. Are you touching the cat and then rubbing your face with your hands? No, that would be stupid. Debt ceiling meeting with Biden and McCarthy tomorrow. Guess we'll find out how that goes. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Did this thing do something already? There we go. Okay, zero DTA call buying's picking up at 4140 and 4150. 4140 is starting to look really good. There it goes. More futures resistance at 4155. I picked the worst day to be even moderately bullish. If the cat does something you hate, are you gonna shit in his litter box and maintain eye contact to show dominance? Is that how you train them? Calls on whatever drug company makes Gherk's allergy medications. GlaxoSmithKline. My calls finally went green, and I dumped them. I learned that lesson last week. I'm not doing that again. I didn't buy these calls for 0% gains and a day of aggravation. I bought these calls for at least 6% gains and a day of aggravation. Smith Klein, whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, GSK. That's right. Call him Grigio. Obviously wine related, but means gray in Italian. Hmm. What's Umbrio? Is that like shadow? My first ever CSP position today at 19% return. Thanks, Dad. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Did you get a bidet for your cat? No, but he does have, I mean, he has like I bought him one of those like little water fountains where it like filters the water. I bought one of those and my cat won't use it. Huh. Literally translated, it's Wineheart, but it means little raven. Hmm. What happened to Nvidia this week? You mean today at the beginning of this week? Not a lot. It's up 1%. Jesus fuck, could this pump get some volume already? Bulls have no tea. Seriously. Everyone knows that Smith and Klein are passengers. Glaxo carries the load. Corvino, not Umbrio. Oh. We're not going to reach volume we had on Black Friday, and that was a half day. It's really bad. Zero DT put buying's picking up. These bull pushes are way less impressive when they can't sell 50,000 out of the money puts first. Well, Nasdaq's green on the day now. Oh, maybe they're closing short calls. Maybe that's why VIX is rising here. Short puts? No. Zero DTE short calls? This buy is super weak. There's no pressure on futures at all. Like we're not seeing any of the buy pressure on futures like we usually do. So the zero DTs are there on SPX, but they just I don't know, they have no support in the futures market right now. DTCC cucked the market. Yeah. The bulls at least. I have IWM puts right now. 170, 165 for July, I think. No, June. Sorry, June. 170, 165 for June. I have 160s for July. How to make bread on a boring market. Do what I did this morning and sell bear call spreads at open, but I should have sold a lot more of them. I only got like $1.75 each for them, which wasn't very good. But the theta decay, when they move further out of the money, drops them to almost nothing pretty fast. Or put spreads. I mean, you could do either side, really. Could you get back into IWM with these prices? I had some 170, 165 for June a while ago that I made money on. It wasn't that long ago. It was like a week and a half ago. Yeah, I mean, I might wait for it to bounce a little higher. I picked up some at market open. But under 175 or well, yeah, I mean under 175 is a little. I think you could get a better price than where it's trading right now, if you're patient. Might be able to get him. Might be able to get him in at like 174.50, maybe even 175, depending how the rest of the day shakes out. The fuck? They canceled my stop loss? Why does it do that? Yeah, spreads are really good when the market's got like low liquidity or like low volume. What's Lily doing today? Retesting 40-30. Dividends on the 12th. All right. Holy shit. Volume? Nope. Thoughts on Disney with all the shit little Florida dudes pulling? Oh, I don't think that affects them in any significant way. I'm sure Disney's fine. What happened to the old days when Jimmy would have negative 20% days? The Bears have gotten soft. So have the Bulls. Fed survey shows tighter credit, weaker business loan demand. Okay. I thought the survey wasn't out till 4 o'clock. Disney's been a consistent low risk cash secure put for me for the past year or so. Yeah, it's not a bad one. Apple's another really good one if you can afford it. Like it's just stable, right? I mean, Fed share banks tightening credit at 46% versus 44.8. Oh, that's not that bad. At least not yet. Why the fuck is this so hard for this to cross 4140? That's out. I'll have to look it up later. 4140 is a fortress. Oh. Yeah, there's just not a lot there. Fucking futures, man. Yeah, tested 41.55 again and then just died. The fucking rug pulls are nuts today. So much work for them to grind their price up to save their calls and then fucking just dumps. This is so much fun. No, it's fucking not. This would only be fun if we jumped off a cliff. Otherwise, it's just range bound bullshit. Um, we might be jumping off a cliff here. If this drives back below 41.30, it gets really bearish. And it looks like we're getting full call side capitulation. That was fun. Well, that made back all my losses for the day in 3 minutes. Fun. Cool. I chased that and made 500. Yeah, I didn't even chase it, and I still made a shitload. That was good. Missed that one. Do you see the bottom there, or is it just some consolidation? I don't know. A bunch of calls sold off, but now a bunch of calls are going to want to buy back in, right? Because puts are going to capitulate now on the 0 DTE side. So I wouldn't be surprised if we bounce back the other way. That was a lot of volume on futures. Yeah, that was a big sell off. That was the biggest candle of the day. 45,000 contracts. Yep, put profit taking. News broke on TD and FHN. What news? Gotta love that. Vegas shit. Just say the goddamn news. Relax, dork. U.S. bank regulators concerned TD was too slow to report suspicious activity. Banks abandoned $13.4 billion deal last week over unspecified regulatory approval hurdles. Ooh. I stepped out for 5 minutes and things get spicy. What did you think? All the consolidation was for nothing? Hmm. All right. Oops. I don't think this recovers here a lot more. This looks kind of like the put capitulation's almost over, and I don't see like 4140s aren't loading up a lot right now. Like some of the 4130 calls are selling off a bit. Yeah, put volume's picking up. Having a lot of gaps in this bounce. Well, it's mostly driven by put capitulation, right? But those puts are gonna reposition. So if the call buyers don't come in strong on the bounce, then when the puts reposition, they'll have more capital, right? Was that the market crash? That's kind of what they feel like, but no. There's no way today was profitable for anyone. I mean, yeah, yeah, it was. I took off $500 hit on the long calls, and then I picked up 300% on the puts. Also, well, I guess the overnight straddle doesn't count for intraday, but yeah, I'm green on the day now. Just the stuff on stream has been boring as fuck. I mean, Fubo's exciting if it would break up. It's not, though. Fubo dead? No, I don't think so. And still pressuring $2. Fubo getting attention like AMC and GME before the big squeezes. It's got a lot of short interest. Fubo's not gonna MOASS. It could go up though. They had like really good forward projections and decent earnings. Put interest still. Yeah, still put interest at 41.35. So if this is gonna turn around, this is a shot. Oh, nope. Now it's gone. Hmm. Guess I should have stayed in the call a little bit longer. Yeah, whatever. This puts sold to open to buy the calls now? I don't think so. The 41.35 puts have been long all day. Do you think 40.50 is probable this week? Maybe. I mean, there's a possibility. I don't think it's highly probable. There's a lot of like longer dated sold puts at 40.75. So we'd have to see that breakdown first. That's a lot of fucking gaps. Not that it matters, but are you excited to get a second chance at getting 4100s? Yeah. The PPT strikes again. A deal case for Fubo right now is what? Up to 250, 305, back down to 135. I mean, the ideal case is people just keep buying out of the money calls and it fucking ramps like crazy. Like, I don't know. Probably anything up to 5 is within reason. It's got a lot of short interest. It's you know, at the start of this it was illiquid, so there's liquidity realization, there's short interest, there's obscenely cheap out of the money calls. It's got potential. Ideal case is the stock halts and announces at $15 share buyout. That'd be fucking amazing. If Fubo hits $5, I'm buying a Porsche. Fubo hits $5. Me and Atomic are buying a yacht. And Atomic's buying his new house with cash. What was the point of this drop? To immediately recover on SPX? There's some bad news about some more banks or something. We rent boats. We're no fools. All right, fine. Some fucking used yacht. I mean, if Fubo hits like 350, I think I'll make like 200 something thousand just on the synthetic lungs. They were 5-to-1 leverage. You sell one. So a few weeks ago, when Fubo went under $1, you could sell $1 put for 2025, right? With a max risk of $100, and buy 5 $1 calls for 2024. If Fubo hits $5, I break even. Do you know what averaging down is? Always remember to like the stream, everyone. Thank you, Nuns with Guns. I appreciate it, man. Was there immediate good news after? No. I think there was just a bunch of put capitulation because all the puts at like 41.40 through 41.30 went in the money. So they just took profits. All the 0 DTs. Could Fubo go higher than 350? That seems like a stretch. I mean, yeah, it could. I don't know what kind of interest this is going to pick up. I mean, Fubo's heavily shorted. It's got super fucking cheap call options. It's got a lot of volume since earnings. There's underwater liquidity from volatility shorting. There's like big put walls that are getting blown out. So potentially, I mean, it could rip, right? It's got all the ingredients. My average on Fubo is 56.17 when I YOLO'd during the meme frenzy in Jan 2021. Oh boy. I think the SI on Fubo is like high 30s or 40%, something like that. Reset our expectations for Fubo. In 3 months, it'll probably be trading at $1 again. All Fubo needs now is a Ryan Cohen buy-in. Oh, I'll sell. Yeah. He can hold my bags for a change. 15.18 short interest and the updated float. That it dropped that much? When did it all fall off? It was a lot higher. Hold on. Yeah, 43 million shares short. Oh, so it's mostly the dilution, right? You don't look at my notes thread that I keep updated, do you? Absolutely not. I mean, I don't generally care about Fubo in the short term, right? I mean, it's running right now, so that's cool, but I was kind of just I bought it and then I don't care what happens to it until I sell it. Check DM. What do you got? Oh, look at that. All right. Percent of shares outstandings 17.56 this says according to the NYSE data. But that's because that's not NYSE doesn't have the updated float size for the extra 35 million shares, 45 million shares. To 18.06 is what NYSE is reporting versus 15.18 for Fintel. Oh, thanks, Dork. I'll look at that later. Is there something in it specifically that you want me to look at? I mean, I knew Fubo was going to be like a fairly significant hold, right? Like a year or two, maybe 3. So I've just bought it and haven't really paid attention to much else. Like Atomic's all over it. I just don't care that much. I think I only have like 60,000 shares. Not counting synthetic longs. Are we gonna get one of those sell-offs again? We might, if the call side collapses here. What's your average on Fubo? I really don't know because of all the synthetic longs. Like share price is I got it down to like $1.35, I think. The real question is, do I buy 100 $2 weekly calls on Fubo to make you proud? They're a little overpriced now, aren't they? Wouldn't Theta be better at this point? Like I feel like the main, like now the May 19s are probably better. I don't know. You'd have to look at them. They're 8 cents. Yeah, I mean you get 5 more days of Theta for fucking half a penny. When Fubo buyout, I mean, if someone's gonna buy them out, probably closer to actual profitability. Can you absolutely shred the Nvidia bear thesis? So I don't buy more puts now. Those 721 270s are looking good. I don't think there's a bull case for Nvidia. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be shorting it. I would have packed my bags and taken my losses a long time ago. When Fubo gonna TRVN 346% today? What's TRVN? Is that like an AI D-SPAC or something? Pharmaceutical? I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's great if you owned it when it was 63 cents. Say the anniversary of a Dan becoming a mod? No, there's no mod Dans. It had 2 rejections at 290.58. It might get a third here. Yeah. No idea. Just saw it mentioned online and laughed at the price movement. Yeah, I mean, there's usually some fucking random, like, bio stock that rips 300% every day. Or 100% or 80. I mean, there's always some fucking off-brand, nobody knows about it stock that happens to. Just pump and dumps though, right? On like low floats. Reformed Dan becoming a mod? Traitorous Dan. I feel like all of these pumps are just like future sellers dumping their bags. Intraday VIX at lows? Yep. No, it's way up. It's at like 11:45. It was at like 960 earlier today or something. Oh, regular VIX? Regular VIX might be at intraday lows. You're waiting for a top of 4140 to get more 4100p or higher movement? I mean, VIX under 17, I kind of don't mind picking some up. I might pick up like five or so of them for June. Do I need June? No, I'll probably just get June. I still have to buy my overnight straddle. What was the drop in recovery? Some bad news about like TD Bank. And then it snapped back on put capitulation. Yeah, on the downside, it's a problem with that much weight in 8 stocks, right? Because if those start moving down, everything else is already lower, right? Like nothing is performed like you know, like Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon. Hashtag mod squad. Thanks, French fry pizza. Noted. If you're ever in need of a mod for chat, I'm here like every day, and I'm pretty chill, not band crazy. But you'd probably hear about how ruggedly handsome you are a lot. Noted. How do you feel about bear credit spreads? Google at this level. If it breaks above 108, they're pretty nice in the money, or they have been. I've sold them a few times there. Uh, yeah, they're not bad. Pretty decent. Google's had a serious resistance at that level for quite some time now, so That's usually the, like, when it hits 108, that's usually when I've been selling like 105 covered calls on my shares. Does that mean that a serious drop in mega caps is kind of a recipe for a crash by itself? Yeah. Well, think about it this way, you know, as their valuations have surged higher and higher, their ETF weighting has increased massively, right? And that's part of what's helped to drive them up and sustain their high prices. So if they sell off in any significant way or sell off a little bit over a long period of time, those weightings are going to start to drop, and you know that's like reflexive, uh, and, and can increase the velocity of downside movements in the same way that it increased the velocity of their upsides. I mean, right now, Apple and Microsoft together account for, I think, like almost 15% of the S&P 500. Just two companies. That's fucking crazy. It's like Cisco in '01. We need a Ko-Fi mod. That's JC's job. I have mods. Why do I need to add mods? No, that's the restaurant supplier. Oh, the same pronunciation. I haven't seen a mod in here for days. Dork was just in here. Carl was in here earlier today. Fluffy just timed you out. I only know about the thong song from Cisco. What role did he have in the SPX? He made it dump like a truck. What? Holy shit. SPX finally tested 4140. What a bastard. So my 0DT SPX 4100 puts not gonna print. Does it look like they're gonna print? What do you think? Digital Good Time. Why do you even own those? They're not even within our current trading range. How's the options chain looking? The same, but with less puts, because they all made money. So still the majority of call interest between 4140 and 50. Some of the call interest at 4130 capitulating. Put interest at 4125, 4135, but significantly reduced from where it was previously. Uh, that's about it. Longer term. Longer term, it looks like the 4150 strike is maybe sold. I'm gonna need to wait for OI tonight, but I would say we're at the top of our current range right now. This is a awful place to straddle, but I'm still gonna do it. Hopefully the market falls back towards like 4135, 4130 before the end of the day. Boop. Narrowly avoided being selected for a 5-day personal injury trial. Back to see my port is up. Hope it's been a good one to all. Thanks, Kyle. Good job avoiding jury duty. NVIDIA going for it. Going for what? Oh, still boring. Low volume grind up on repositioning of short calls is not interesting. Do you still have NVIDIA puts? Of course. Isn't it too early for overnight? I'm not straddling yet. I said hopefully it falls by the end of the day before I have to straddle. Do you still think we could expect big moves or not until Wednesday? Maybe in the early part of tomorrow. There's some Fed speakers in the early part of the day, so we may. Do you have any thoughts on Palantir earnings today? No. I might be interested in their earnings in like 3 years, but right now, I mean, who gives a shit? If it runs, I'll sell covered calls. If it doesn't, I'll also sell covered calls. That's kind of where I'm at right now. The price is too low right now for it to be worth selling covered calls. Literally, fuck this market, bro. Way too much work on the one DTE puts after stopping on the downside, the upside, then repositioning. Just to see that I'd have been 20% up if I never reacted. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. How much are you down on NVIDIA? I'm break even as of last Friday. Hopefully I'll push to the positive this week. I have to offset 18% positional decay, but I'm waiting for it to push higher before I start selling spreads. Call credit spread for NVIDIA for 519, a decent play. I don't like selling that much theta on them because Gamma Max can move really quickly. Nice, got my 621 VIX 19C filled, just one. Nice. Can you check out VKTX option chain? Looks spicy for 616. I don't. What do you mean looks spicy? Like people have bought options on it? That's not indicative of anything. You know that, right? I don't think I have. I don't think I have any data on it. Hold on. No, it doesn't. It looks like there's a bunch of fucking sold calls to the upside. 20, 30, 23, 24, 25. Just obscene numbers of sold calls. Might be a liquid. Some of them expire this week, but there's a shitload sold for 519. Does not look like the positioning is bullish. No problem. Yeah, be careful with that. Although if it pushes above 25, those could capitulate. Yeah, Ivy's spicy, so people are shorting it. Well, fuck me then. Why I no ready my chatty? Wait, what? What did you say? I didn't see your chat. What was the drop? Some announcement about TD Bank. NVIDIA new 52-week high? Close, right? Yeah. Yeah. What will it take for bears not to paper hand puts? I mean, the ones that got paper handed today were 0 DTEs. So, of course, they took profits on that rapid of a drop. That just makes sense. They're not just going to sit on them, right? They were out of the money for the last, like, what, 2 hours? So all of those puts have been out of the money since 10:30 this morning, right? So yeah, the second they went in the money, they took profits. No worries, Cooley. $290, $295 is too risk on Nvidia, right? Um, right now, yeah, because CPI, PPI. Afterwards, maybe not. I'm just irritated. My call hedge is doing absolutely nothing today. What are you at, 41.50? So just calls left to take profit? For the most part, yeah. Most of the puts for the day are off the chain. You sold a 292.50, 97.50 call spread for this Friday. I like to live dangerously. Well, you're doing it. How long can SPX bulls continue winning? I'm not sure they are, right? This is another lower high. Friday's high was last high was 41.47. This is 41.42. I would argue that the Bulls didn't do a lot of winning at all today. A lot of the 0 GTs that came in today sold off at losses as Theta ground them into the dirt and future sellers continued to fuck with their upside. This is the first time we've seen any upside that wasn't just absolutely destroyed by future sellers. And it's only like fucking $3, not even $3 higher than the previous high for the day. So all of the calls that were here that held through the massive drop and didn't get blown up on their stops made $2 of profit, right? Everybody's a loser today, even if they made money, only because we had to sit through this bullshit. $400 contracts at 41.60 on ES. Might pull up to take it. I'd like to see us revisit that level. Although right now it doesn't look very good. There's still sellers at 41.55. seems the bulls are nowhere near as strong as they have been. But at the same time, they're still holding us up. I'm ready to drop. They're still sitting on top of huge amounts of short puts. Like 40 75, 40 50, 4,000 are still stacked with short puts. If those start getting pressured, they start gamma squeezing the index down, right? As they'll close those positions, market makers will deleverage, market maker gamma will pick up to the downside, puts will start going in the money. Like it's better to stay alive the extra day if they can. If they can stay alive through CPI, right? And CPI is moderate or cool, then they can hold on to those puts until expiry on 519. Or at least they don't have to close them till SLD. Like before they didn't care, right? They had all those sold short positions like from like 41.25 all the way down to like 4,000. But now they only have like 3 major levels of support left. 4,100 and 41.25 got blown up. And that was a big chunk of their positioning. So, yeah, I expect them to try to defend the last bit of it. How are we looking for an OPEX run on GME or Upstart? They both look decent. Upstart might run before OPEX, given the fact that, you know, it's had some liquidity realization already. GME is pretty illiquid. I mean, it's already picking up sensitivity to the indexes, so close. I'd probably want to see borrow rates start to climb on GameStop before confirming anything, or liquidity realization, and neither of those have happened yet. So close, but not there. Still need more confirmation. Do you have a price target for Nvidia where you'll sell bear call spreads again? 295, 300, 305. I'm probably pretty willing to sell some at each of those. I'm guilty of not paying attention to the ranges SPX will trade in. I think I've lost enough now to learn a lesson. I hope so. And today we're trading like right within the mid range of like our expected price action for the week, right? Even our downside move on that wick is like perfectly within the mid range. Upside resistance on the ascending trend. We haven't broken up into the bullish range yet, though, and we may not, right? Like this test will probably be rejected, and we'll probably see some downside tomorrow into SLD, or we'll stay flat into tomorrow into SLD, depending on how strong the bulls are, or not SLD, sorry, CPI. But at some point through the middle of tomorrow, we're gonna start to see neutral positioning come in, and it's already pretty strong. It's by far the most important thing happening this week. So, but I think the ranges are good. It's hard to trade the middle range though, right? Because it's not directionally persistent in any way. And all day today we've traded in the middle range. Were you the analyst who declared an $8 price target for Fubo? No, my analysis isn't published. Well, it's not published publicly. I mean, I do have an $8 to $12 price target for Fubo, but it's a couple years out. Do you think all this talk of Buffett going long treasuries will influence the treasury shorts, if at all? Probably not, unless he goes really long treasuries. Japan foreign exchange reserves info comes out tomorrow. Do you think that could be important or no? Not really. I mean, it's important, but I don't think it'll have any effect. The only really important thing with Japan is if they change monetary policy at any point, which some of the newcomers to the BOJ are a little more aggressive about economic reform, so it's possible. Their spread on PPI is widening. Still, weird. Is my mic broken? My mic's fine. Who? OG. Buffett? Probably, yeah. But is retail buying into treasuries enough? I doubt it. And I think at this point the floating rate risk is the bigger concern for anybody short treasuries, right? On the upside yields, like the yields are just growing. So I think that at these prices in the market where it is now, the treasury short's not the thing in danger. It's the floating rate risk. And treasuries are in danger if the market starts dumping really hard. Telling that pressing M on a YouTube video mutes it. Oh, okay. Well, now you know. I mentioned it this morning. It makes me wonder if other funds will be influenced enough to pressure them. So there was like back when I did this stuff, there was always, it was called like the Berkshire paradox. Like Warren would come out and say shit at the annual shareholders meeting, and then for like the next like 4 or 5 weeks, like every big investment manager would like pretend that they were Warren Buffett, and they would all start acting really responsibly and taking like risking off and buying like like value stocks and shit. So I mean, yeah, I'm sure it'll have some effect, but I don't know how true that is anymore, right? That was like Buffett in his prime versus now where he's kind of aging and people are losing respect for him, although they shouldn't. Hey Gurk, hopefully this isn't off topic, but if tomatoes are a fruit, is ketchup jelly? And is cereal breakfast soup? I don't know if ketchup's not jelly because it doesn't have pectin in it. So ketchup would be a what would ketchup be? Ketchup would just be a preserve. Cereal's a soup. It's a grain soup, like lentil. A chutney? A relish? Okay. Relish works. Ketchup is mild salsa. Only if you live in the Midwest. Compote? I forget what jellies are that don't have that don't have pectin or like fruit things, whatever. I don't even know where to get proper ketchup with no corn syrup. I mean, I think Heinz sells one that doesn't have any added sugar. Kohler Numi 2.0? Is that a bidet? I don't know anything about it. It's a tomato butter? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. No, hot dogs are tacos. Ketchup is a puree. Okay. I don't know. Do you know what ketchup was originally invented for? Back when it was called catsup? It was invented to mask the taste of rancid meat before refrigeration was big. People would just eat rancid meat all the time, and you'd put ketchup on it, or catsup. $8,600 for a toilet? I don't know. I live in an apartment. I have like a bolt-on bidet. Have you seen the video of the Wall Street banker getting knocked out in Times Square today? No, but I want to because I want to see if I know them. Have you seen that episode of Hoarders where the woman does that? No, I've never watched an episode of Hoarders all the way through. No, Girk. America created the hot dog, so tacos are actually hot dogs. Oh, shit. I once made a beef Wellington, but instead of the prosciutto and mushroom mix, I used ketchup, and instead of the filet, I used hamburger helper. Was it stroganoff? That's the only good hamburger helper flavor. The classic? Cheeseburger macaroni? Hold on 1 second. You know what's really good? Peanut butter and jelly. Wait, peanut butter jelly? Like goober? Ice cream time? No. No. Look at futures failing 41.55 again. Is this just another bear flag? I hate this fucking market. No, it was just a delivery. Amazon package. I don't even know what's in it. I went to Greece, had a hot dog and a cored out French roll, so that hot dog was actually sushi. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Gamma Max on Nvidia is 310 or 309 right now, actually. I don't think it'll hit that, but it's one of my targets for selling spreads. I used to, I had a friend who would eat peanut butter and sriracha sandwiches. I mean, they're not my friend anymore, but I've seen someone do that. Already started Amazon shopping for the cat. It's either a cat toy or a cat house. I hope it's a fucking vuvuzela. It's like pad thai. That's what he said. Wait, do you do that too? But pad thai on white bread. I want to make a Fubo hype video and post it on our short squeeze. I can't post it on Wall Street Bets because they banned me for my Rev video. Bastards. To be fair, there was still a lot of money in Rev when you made that video. It ran a few more times before it died. Brisket is the king of meats? No, short rib. Short rib's the king of meats. Pork belly's the king of meat? False. Pork belly's like pig bubblegum. I have dinner with Aaron Franklin on Thursday. Want me to have him send you a brisket? Sure. Long pig. Lean hogs. Are we going long lean hogs again? It's almost time. Don't Google long pig. I won't. Let's go fill these gaps. Yeah, even when the Bulls almost won, they've lost to themselves. Today is a fucking disappointment. Guinea pig is the king of meats. They eat those in Peru, right? It means human meat? Ugh, gross. Why'd you tell me? I said I didn't want to Google it. Is going long lean hog same like puts on thick hogs? Maybe. If you could try human, would you? No, that's gross. People are fucking dirty. I would never eat an animal that's eaten McDonald's. I've made a whole $160 today despite 5 positive trades. I love this market. I think my total zero DTE profit for the day is $300 on 17,500 in risk. So winning, but eh. I did well on the straddle though. The straddle did well. It did like 26% on the upside and then like 42 on the down. White House Biden meeting with congressional leaders on debt ceiling will take place Tuesday at 4 p.m. No one cares about the debt ceiling. They're going to approve it because if they don't, the economy will collapse. They'll lose their jobs and they'll get killed on guillotines. Are we going to fail the 4135 level? I mean, if futures keep selling off here, yeah. Most importantly, they won't get paid. Yeah. I think they're going to fail to approve it and we get saucy with the blades again. They're not going to fuck that up, right? See, like everything they say in public is just for show. At the end of the day, they're still like DMV employees. They want their paycheck, you know? Only some of them get money from the lobbyists. Only the influential ones get money from the lobbyists. You have to work real hard and be there a long time to get that sweet, sweet lobbying money. The majority of them, nobody even knows who the people who elected them don't even know who the fuck they are. You ask any American to name more than like 5 Congress people, they're going to be mostly unable to. Ask them who their congressperson is. We need a Ticketmaster like company with politician prices per bill listed plainly. That would work. I still like the NASCAR idea though. Where all the companies supporting them, they have to wear their logos. They make like 150 grand a year or something. No one wants to listen to like the 12th congressional district from Alabama's fucking speech. I mean, the fact of the matter is that most Congress people are not interesting and no one knows who the fuck they are. And they're definitely not getting speaking fees or any of that sweet, sweet lobbying money. Who's your congressperson? I have no fucking clue. Did the cat lady give you one of her cats? No, I found him. He was lost. There's no kitty cam. This is not a fucking cat stream. Ken Griffin's bedpost is my congressman. It could be, though. I don't want that. I'm not filming any part of my apartment for any of you. There's too many people that would try to find me. Jerry Nadler for New York City. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm not doing a stream of me playing with the cat. That's me on the cat's private time. Okay, so this may like sound like a dumb question, but who's Congress? They're the people that put money in the bank that is the Federal Reserve. Well, they put it in Janet Yellen's treasure chest, and then, you know, the Federal Reserve manages the policy that manages Janet Yellen's treasure chest, because they're a bank. Let me know when your head's done exploding. Can you tell us how you captured the cat? It didn't take a lot of work. It was just like crawling on my lap. Order a bunch of toys and food from Chewy for the cat, then email customer service and say the cat died after they shipped it. They'll refund your order and you can keep everything. Oh shit. Genius. What, will they send me flowers too? Bro, they'll send you another cat. Capitalism punishing excellent customer service. I love it. This is why you don't service your customers. Because they're not right. They're lying sacks of shit. Dude, don't call out the Dans like that. It's a different service. That one hurt. I had to put my dog down recently. Sorry to hear that. They sent flowers after we got rid of anything that reminded us of him. The flowers made our whole family cry. I have a hard time feeling bad for you because you're such an annoying person, but I kind of do. You should have sued them for emotional distress. Do you live in California? If you live in California, that's a valid lawsuit. How the fuck does Nvidia keep on pumping? People who sold calls on it buy them back and then sell them again. Probability for another 25 BPS hike in June doubled today. Okay. From what to what? I mean, it could have gone from 1 to 2, and that would have been doubled, but it sounds less compelling. From 1 to 2. 8.5 to 16.6. Who cares? Also, didn't that stupid thing price in like 0.5 BPS for 4 months in a row while the Fed did 0.75? Yeah, that's what I thought. I can confirm putting down a pet you love and have raised for over decades a similar feeling of grief when my mom passed away. Huh. I don't know if I've put human levels of emotional attachment into an animal before. But when my cat died, he just got like eaten by a coyote. So I still don't know if he actually died. Like he just never came back one day. The lack of closure has left me oddly comfortable. Buckle up, Buttercup. No, he's definitely dead. Yeah. It's been 6, 7 years. This other streamer I used to watch said he found your cat. Huh. I bet he killed the coyote. No, he was usually pretty good at getting away from them, but when he got out that day, he was like sick. He'd been to the vet and he wasn't feeling very good, and he was on a bunch of medication. So he was a bit like his reactions were a bit slow, and he was kind of loopy. Did you eat the coyote for revenge? No, but I would have. I used to live in California. There were plenty of coyotes. I don't think there's any coyotes in Central Park. Although, I wouldn't be surprised. I saw a deer in Central Park one time. I don't know how the fuck it got there. The year is 3025. SCX is 4135. There are no bulls, no bears. Only the long pig. The coyote had eaten McDonald's? That would be a dilemma. There's at least one coyote in Central Park as of 2021. Okay. I've seen raccoons in the city. Do allergy meds make being able to own a cat possible? Yeah, I mean, you get acclimated to them after a while, too. For some people, it can be. I've heard some like horror stories about like people who have cat allergies and they get a cat and then their allergies get worse over time. That doesn't sound fun, but I haven't had that issue. I've owned cats before. It usually takes me like a little while uh to get used to it, but once I do, they stop bothering me. Now my girlfriend's been told she'll develop asthma if she gets a cat. Huh. I don't know if cats have allergies to humans. If they don't cause you itchiness, then you're good. I mean, just like my eyes, and I get like hay fever, but I might just be getting that 4140 straddle today after all. I'm thinking about just straddling ES. I like the levels better. At least I can sell it off overnight. As someone from the South, I've never wanted to live anywhere near New York, New Jersey, or any major city. As someone from New York, I've never wanted to live in the South. Grew up with cats, never had any allergy issues. After my first semester at college, I came home for Christmas and had mad allergies. Cat allergies are real and weird. SPX about to be 0% on the day. Yeah, it's real close. I don't know. We could do something else. Back in the other room. Hold on. Ridiculous. Why would I beat the cat? Well, if the situation becomes untenable, I have a friend who has like a cat sanctuary upstate, and he can go live there. No? Like a farm? It's not really a farm. They're like one of those couples that like don't have kids, so they have too many animals, you know, and then they act like their animals are their children. Those people are mentally unstable. Yeah. It's not horrible. They have like 12 other cats. He's in Quest Trade in Canada. The fees are like $11 an options trade. Ew. Getting my IBKR set up, what sort of fees would you expect across your various brokers? I want to see how fucked I'm getting. I mean, probably more fucked than me. I, I don't pay a lot for fees, but I also trade like a lot of options volume, and I have money. I was late. How did you come to acquire a cat? So I went out to the house over the weekend, and he was there. My dad always said he was taking the animals to a farm. It was never a farm. Well, it's not a farm. They take care of their other animals better than they take care of themselves. Can I have your house? No. There were no squatters. Well, he was all like skinny and cold. I couldn't just leave him there. I mean, I'm an asshole, but I'm not like a piece of shit. No, I asked the neighbors, and they said there was like a family down the block that owned him, and they like got evicted or something, and left him behind, and he'd been around for a few days. And I was like, why didn't someone take him to a shelter? And they were like, I don't know. I mean, it is Long Island, so. Is Fubo really gonna do the $2 thing? I hope so. That'd be cool. What's up, TikTok? If you found a stray dog in your house, would you have put him down? I would have like taken him to the pound or whatever. I mean, I don't want a dog, so I'm picturing that scene in The Grinch where his heart grows. Does every Pulte home come with a cat or just yours? Apparently just mine. I already brought the cat on the stream today. I've done my part. Thanks, Jade. Girk, that's my cat. Can I have him back now? Yes, you owe me $800. Alright, you know what? I'll be a degen and buy Fubo $2 calls. Wish me luck. Okay. Good luck to you. If you cancel an Uber One subscription, they give you 3 to 6 months free a month later. Huh, desperate. Dude, this shit about to break up into close? What is going on here? I'm about to have 15,000 shares of weekly leverage. Don't worry, Girk. The SPX is just tracking Fubo. I mean, fuck, it's like 10 cents off. Just break up. This is what, 30% days in a row now? T plus T is going to be interesting. Huh. She doesn't want the cats to sleep alone in the house? Like a cat babysitter? You know they have like automatic food and water dispensers nowadays. They want the 4160 liquidity. Maybe they'll push it to 4170. Really? I don't think they're going to push it up to 4160 for 400 contracts. Maybe overnight. Will hot CPI curb Fubo's enthusiasm? Yeah, it could. Is CPI going to flush the right shoulder down on SPX? I hope so. I'm getting tired of playing these games. Why are we so range bound today? I mean, largely the positioning today. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Will it curb Nvidia? Maybe. I mean, if Nvidia will drop if we get sustained downside. So we can't get 1 or 2 days, right? Because then all the short calls buy back and then it runs up again and then they resell and it gets caught in the upper ranges. For Nvidia to drop, we need like a consistent index sell-off. And that's true of most of the big tech stocks right now because of the ETF weighting. You need the sell-off to extend beyond 3 days, beyond that T+3 period. But if it does, or when it does, it'll be epic. Ugh. candlestick reading is like, why don't you just tell me what sign you are? Do you think the CPI, if hot, can start that trend? Yes. Gemini? Let me check the chicken head. I don't think the bears. Okay. Did the Chinese have a year of the bear? I don't think they do. It sounds made up. I want today to be over. China about to have a decade of deep economic depression. Everyone's so bullish on their huge growth spurt, though. I know Fubo dropped all of its gains for the day. Now, if the market pushes up tomorrow, I wonder if Fubo just fucking rips. There's just enough time for Fubo to halt and to close. No, I don't think so. I don't want to straddle tonight. I just want to jump in calls and puts 15 minutes before I close tomorrow. Fair. I don't want to straddle because if those calls at 41.50 are sold, which I'm starting to think they increasingly are, we're just not going to drop. Or we're not going to go up above that, right? Um, hmm. Yeah, futures looks like it's gonna fail at some point. This this doesn't look particularly bullish. It's a I'm not gonna name it Katy Perry. You know, what PT would you consider going short Fubo? Um, I don't know. It doesn't really seem worth it. Maybe if it runs up to like $4 or $5, I'll get some puts, but I'll probably just sell calls. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to fucking strangle, aren't I? It'd be awesome if I get an entry at 41.35 here. How about Cat Griffin? I know you aren't a huge fan of my uranium miner play, but if one were to sell a $3 P for Jan 25 and buy a $4 C for Jan 24, is that a good leverage setup if going long? Oh, buy 4C for Jan 24? Yeah, I mean it's decent. Do you think it's gonna run hard though? Like you want an IV increase if you're synthetic long. So I mean, if its historic volatility is really low, then it might not be worthwhile. I mean, usually those can be anywhere from what I mean, it really depends on put skew. Like how much you're getting for the put, right? And if calls are underpriced. It sounds like they are if you're getting, four leaps for selling one. So they've done core extractions, but do they have the money to finance an actual dig? This is where like fucking mining speculators are a risky call. Because I mean they got to get that capital from somewhere, right? And if their stock price is high, they're going right to the shareholders. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I really don't like. I really don't like buying into miners very much unless they're really well established or foreign, where they have more restrictions on their financials and stuff. Like Canadian miners tend to be a little more reliable, but even then, there's risk. When Fubo 11? Well, let's worry about $2 first. I know you bought $10 calls, Popcorn Trader. Did you vote in for or against RC on the board? I didn't vote yet. I have the proxy materials. I just don't care. I'm gonna vote for literally anybody else to be on the board because the people currently on the board haven't made any money. I'm voting no for all. We're gonna find out that Pickle Jar is the majority of retail. Like like we own more shares than anyone else, and we're gonna get the whole board disbanded. That'd be funny. No money, no forward guidance. Yeah, right? Win Fubo $4. It could. It could hit four. I don't know if it will, but it could. It could hit $4. I'm not being elected to the chair. When can we just put DFV in charge of the company? Instead of developing an NFT marketplace, they should have just developed a way to like use AI to create shitty NFT art, sold it on someone else's marketplace, made a fortune at earnings. And then they could have said AI 50 to 100 times. They also have processing facilities, so it's not a pure mining type play. I don't know. Management and management buying again caught my eye the most. I mean, but they're miners, right? So like you joke, but Jimmy would absolutely rip if that was announced. I know. DFE would probably make the poor as millionaires. Can't have that. Yeah. How are you feeling about Upstart? Medium. I mean, I'm synthetic long already. I have shares. I bought some more shares under 13 last week. I have some CSPs out that maybe I will or maybe I won't be assigned on. Earnings could really swing either way. There's a little bit of pressure and it's illiquid, so there's some potential. But I think most of it will be realized through earnings, which makes it unpredictable, right? There has to be some guy who sold GME after holding it for a decade at like $4 before it ran. Probably. There was a bunch of people on Wall Street bets that sold before it ran. A bunch of people got out after earnings. Everyone was like scared shitless. AI generated Funkos. Yeah, AI generated Funko NFTs. You know, the more time we spend apart, the more time we spend apart. And yet the heart doesn't grow fonder, Walken. I said I'll unban you when the market crashes. Well, all right. What a boring yet exciting day. I'm not excited by it at all. Short route. It's been descending channel since the IPO in 2020. That's near the top of said channel. Up like 30% in 3 days. I guess you could if you want to. I have 140 million in cash and no debt. Okay, that's not so bad. I don't know how much it costs to start a uranium mine. Ding ding. Yeah, comments on today. What a fucking waste of time. This market's a big steaming pile of shit. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I want something fun to happen. Stuck in the mid range. I don't see any potential for us to move out of it in the short term. None of the positioning tomorrow so far looks particularly compelling or interesting in any way. It'd be cool if Fubo breaks $2 overnight, but other than that, yeah, somewhere between 41.40 and 41.20 into tomorrow as well. I'll see you guys in the morning. Hopefully tomorrow's a better day. Thanks for hanging out in here through the doldrums. Later.